Chapter 184. Park Ji. Ho didn't want to admit that he was in fear. He had always thought of himself as the best of the younger generation in the Federation. He was an outstanding student from the 3 major military academies. He entered the Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department and was about to enter the Federal Academy of Science. He might even become Dean Lin's student. His life experience and achievements were enough to provide him with a strong sense of self-confidence. He was a young officer. Regardless of whether it was close combat or mecha combat, he was an extremely strong character. No matter how one looked at it, although the off-road vehicle couldn't move, he shouldn't be afraid. However, his slightly trembling hands made Park Ji. Ho realized that he had developed a natural fear of the person beside him. Previously, when he stood on the cliff and looked down, he saw the snow-like gleam of the blade and the splash of blood. Su Li's strong strength, especially his calmness during the bloody battle, left a deep impression on Park Ji-ho. He even felt danger, which was why he chose to leave immediately. However, the opponent found him in such a short time and used a blade to cut off all his escape routes. Park Ji-ho felt a deep chill, especially when he thought of the rumor that night at the Linyuan restaurant. Even Madman Li couldn't beat this person. His 2 hands trembled even more violently. The 2 moons in the sky were all behind the clouds. Tiger Mountain Road was dark. Only the lights at the bottom of the cliff faintly illuminated the peace of the Wan family. The car door creaked. Park Ji-ho walked out of the off-road vehicle. He lowered his head and looked at the blade tightly held in Su Li's hand. He looked at the blood that was gradually turning into a thick paste on the blade. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. How did you get yourself in such a mess? A smart person would know that in this situation, there was no point in saying such things, especially when Park Ji-ho's face was pale. However, Park Ji-ho still said it because he had to take a gamble. He had to see if this young soldier named Su Lu in front of him had the guts to do it. Who sent you? Su Lu looked at Park Ji-ho's blonde hair and lowered his head slightly. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. When he saw Park Ji-ho, he should be able to guess the power behind him. A smart person wouldn't ask too much, but he still did. Park Ji-ho smiled bitterly and said, "It's meaningless to ask these questions. Just now on the road, you didn't even kill those people who wanted to kill you. Naturally, you won't kill me. Since you won't kill me, I won't tell you anything. I just want to remind you that in front of a truly powerful force, you are just a small fry. No matter how good you are at fighting, as long as they say the word, you will be beaten into a hornet's nest." Su Li's expression did not change at all. His head was still slightly lowered. After a while, he said, "I've always wanted to be a law-abiding citizen, but unfortunately, the Federation did not give me this opportunity. When I was in my teens, I had already killed someone." When he said this, his tone was very calm and unhurried. It was as if he was telling Park Ji-ho how to solve the spring recruitment exam questions. However, it was this calm tone that made Park Ji-ho's face, which had just improved a little, turn even paler. "I was wrong." Park Ji-ho smiled bitterly and said, "I was really wrong. I shouldn't have turned off the engine. At least, I shouldn't have pulled out the key." This was a sincere sentence, but it was a fatal mistake. Since he was using someone else to kill, there was no reason for him to appear at the scene. Park Ji-ho's mistake was that he thought he was careful enough hiding on the mountain road. He didn't expect Su Lu to be able to find him in such a short time and cut off his escape route. At this moment, he vaguely understood that the reason he insisted on standing on the cliff of Husan Mountain Road and watching this scene unfold was not to deal with an emergency. It was just that he subconsciously still couldn't forget the scene in the spring recruitment exam in nutshell. He wanted to see Su Lu, this lucky soldier, with his own eyes. He wanted to see with his own eyes Su Lu, this lucky soldier, break his leg and roll on the concrete road in pain. Li Xiuzhu also made a mistake. He thought he had overestimated Su Lu, but he still underestimated him. Of the 7 big families in the Federation, the Li family was known for its meticulous planning. However, in the eyes of the Li family's legitimate successor, Su Lu, a small figure, was not a guy that could be deduced with common sense. Su Lu was an anomaly that broke into the upper circle of the Federation. He was as hard and stubborn as a rock. His strength did not lie in the Tai family, nor did it lie in the son-in-law of the Minister of National Defense. It lay in the knowledge in his mind and the strength in his body. The pale-faced Park Ji-ho muttered to himself that he was wrong. However, his slightly lowered eyes became calmer and calmer. He didn't know if Su Lu in front of him would suddenly make a move, but he knew that if he really dared to say anything, what awaited him in the future would still be a dead end. His hands trembled at his sides as if out of fear. However, in reality, he knew that he was only trying to make his hands appear more natural. There was still a few centimeters of distance between him and the pistol at his waist. With his fastest draw speed and shooting results in the military academy, Su Lu in front of him. Even if he really had the terrifying strength of madman Li, only death would await him. Su Li's head was also slightly lowered. He didn't notice the hidden changes in Park Ji-ho's eyes. He also didn't notice that Park Ji-ho's expression had gradually calmed down. This was because in the mine in the Donglin district, Uncle Feng Yu had reminded him more than once that in this kind of situation, he only needed to stare at the opponent's hands. Park Ji-ho's trembling hands suddenly moved. He leaned to the side like lightning and pulled out the pistol he always carried with him. Su Lu also moved. The long knife in his right hand chopped down, and the light of the knife lit up. This was a good sharp knife. Park Ji-ho's right hand, accompanied by a spurt of blood, separated from his wrist. It fell to the concrete floor together with the pistol that glowed with a metallic luster. This outstanding officer of the new generation of the Federation, with a bright future, quietly looked at his wrist that was as neat as a broken branch. He looked at the gurgling blood on it. He looked at the dazzling white bone and the threads of flesh on his broken wrist. His brows furrowed. Park Ji-ho didn't understand why Su Li's knife was so fast. Why did he dare to swing it over so unreasonably? Could it be that, from the very beginning, the opponent had already made up his mind to kill him? At this moment, he didn't think that he was the one who wanted to pull out his gun and kill Su Lu. It was only at this moment that the clear and maddening pain from his broken wrist transmitted into his brain. It made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. He wanted to howl in grief. However, he couldn't howl in pain because a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The blood began to seep down from the line. It looked like a white can of ketchup that had been cut by a knife. Park Ji-ho turned his head painfully and stared at Su Li's face in disbelief. Until the moment of his death, he still felt that this matter was ridiculous. How could a person like him, who was destined to be famous in the Federation, die so early? How could he die so quietly on Hushan Road? When he turned his head, the blood in the line on his neck flowed even faster. He used his left hand and his right hand, which only had one wrist left, to cover his throat. However, he couldn't stop his life from flowing away with the blood. He fell to the ground with a thud. He twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Su Lu looked at Park Ji-ho's body on the ground. He felt a little strange. He wasn't a master of swords. The previous chop was just a subconscious reaction under the dangerous situation. The blade was aimed at his wrist. He didn't expect the blade to be slightly deformed when it was clipped by the door of the off-road vehicle. The sharp tip of the blade actually swept past his neck. This wasn't the first time he killed someone. When he killed someone for the first time, he was still very young. That night, it was raining heavily in the garbage dump behind Bell Tower Street. The sharp hydraulic pipe was so light in his hand. In the underground parking lot of Lynn High Gymnasium, Sulu had also killed several people, but that was in the middle of a battle after all. Today, he had only met Park Ji-ho a few times, but he had clearly seen him die in front of him. Sulu always thought of himself as a good person. He also wanted to be a good person. However, would a good person kill someone? This was a philosophical question. He didn't want to think about it. He looked at Park Ji-ho's body on the ground. He didn't want to vomit or blame himself. He just felt a little confused. However, the confusion only lasted for 3 seconds. He turned around and walked down the cliff. "Fasten your seatbelt," Sulu whispered to Zoyu in the passenger seat. He had already taken off his blood-stained vest. He found a spare shirt in the trunk and put it on. However, the faint smell of blood was still so pungent in the enclosed space of the car. Zoyu looked at him quietly. Her hands carefully covered her swollen abdomen. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright. She didn't know what Sulu did when he rushed up the cliff. However, looking at Suli's calm expression and the ominous smell of blood, she could vaguely guess. This was a mysterious guy. "I'll take you home." The black car quickly left Hushan Road. It didn't drive to the simple apartment they had lived in for a long time. Instead, it turned around and headed to the Capital Special District at the end of Highway 2. "What happened?" Zoyu lowered her eyes and asked softly. "I killed a person. Maybe in a while, I will be wanted by the Federation." Sulu looked at the flashing signs on the highway in front of the car window. After a moment of silence, he said, "Park Ji-ho, the person Li Xiaotong took with you when you raced last time. It has something to do with me?" After Zoyu became pregnant, she became much gentler. In particular, her pair of black eyes always flashed with a sentimental light. However, she was a cold girl who liked to wear red. After hearing that Sulu killed someone, the shock in her eyes disappeared. She calmly cared about the truth behind the matter. "No, it should be related to the data in the laboratory. Those people wanted to steal Professor Shun's data, but I was in the middle." Sulu slightly turned the steering wheel in his hand. Following the signs on the highway, he drove in the direction of the Ministry of National Defense's apartment in the Capital's Special District. After a moment of silence, he continued, "I have to do something tonight, and I think it will be difficult to accompany you to protect the baby in the future. So I have to take you home first. I hope you won't be angry." It was rare to hear Sulu joke about protecting the baby in his sentence. Zoyu's expression didn't change at all. She looked at Suli's side profile with a dignified expression and asked, "What do you want to do? Where does Li Xiaotong usually go at night?" After hearing this, Zoyu's eyebrows instantly furrowed tightly. Her hands nervously covered her abdomen. She sighed and said, "My stomach is a little uncomfortable. Accompany me to the hospital first." Chapter 185. The harsh and seductive Zoyu, the quiet and peaceful Zoyu, the red windbreaker, wearing Zoyu, the cute maternity dress wearing Zoyu. They were all Zoyu. After hearing Zoyu's somewhat abrupt request, Sulu fell silent. He was not stunned by the silence, but instead the corners of his mouth drew back, revealing his neat white teeth as he laughed heartily. To a Donglin orphan like Sulu, the Federation was a cold world filled with the smell of money and the smell of metal and machinery. However, it was always good to have someone concerned about his life and death. Zoyu had subconsciously said this because she was worried about Sulu. Sulu understood this concern and shook off his previous gloominess. He said very seriously, "Thank you." Other than "thank you," Sulu did not say anything else in response to the concern of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. He stared unblinkingly at the road in front of the car that stretched endlessly in the dark night. His calm expression revealed a sense of determination. The silence in the car lasted for a long time. Zhou Yu's eyelids were lowered slightly, her eyelashes resting lightly on her fair skin. She knew that although this fellow beside her looked quiet and optimistic in reality, there was always a stubbornness in his bones that no one could understand. As long as he had decided on something, there was probably no one in this world who could stop him. The Zhou Yu of the past would definitely not have cared about Su Li's life and death. To the her of that time, Su Lu was a completely insignificant character in another world. However, after dozens of days and nights in the Wangdu apartment, even two stray cats in a junkyard might have developed some feelings of mutual support, let alone two real people. Thus, Zhou Yu decided to help Su Lu analyze some things and see if she could help him. "We need to understand why the Li family would think of dealing with you to ensure the flow of the laboratory data. The development of the new generation of mecha is definitely a top priority for the federal military right now, but the Iron Calculator is a financial magnate of the Federation. It is impossible for him to suddenly switch over to the field of technology." Her gaze slowly turned to Qingqiu, who was passing by quickly at the side of the window. She said, "In the eyes of those people, you are just a nobody. There is no reason for them to do anything to you, unless the Li family misjudged my relationship with you and were worried that you would hand over the data from the laboratory to my father or the Tai family." Seeing that Su Lu didn't answer, Zhou Yu was silent for a moment before she suddenly said, "The Li family has always been secretly supporting Jingzhou's Governor Ross and Senator Macklin. It just so happens that they are at odds with the Tai family. I think this matter shouldn't be that simple." Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. The smell of blood on his body had been diluted by the automatic air conditioning device in the black car, but at this moment, it seemed to have thickened a little. In the past, our analysis should have been that the Federal Academy of Science wanted to take the credit for the development of the new generation of mecha. Now, there is another Li family. So you didn't sense the change in Su Li's mood. She frowned slightly and said, "In the presidential election, Dean Lin is indeed a variable." If Su Lu knew that Zhou Yu's analysis of the current situation was so close to the truth, he would definitely be very impressed by this young, unmarried mother's political sense. Since the beginning of puberty, the woman that the madam of the Tai family had nurtured with countless afternoon tea sessions. Under that arrogant and cold face, bits and pieces of wisdom regarding politics would always gather together and become some kind of asset. However, at this moment, Su Lu no longer cared about the political strife and schemes of so many of the Federation's upper echelons. He was a small fry, so he had his own way of doing things. So, he only suddenly opened his mouth and asked again, "At night, where does Li Xiaotong usually stay?" Seeing that Su Lu didn't seem to care much about her analysis, a trace of displeasure flashed through Zhou Yu's eyes. She said calmly, "If the laboratory data you want to take back is really related to the presidential election, I advise you to let go. The Federal Academy of Science and Li family. This is the perfect combination of knowledge hegemony and the magic of money. And if it is, as I have guessed, and it is related to the presidential election," she looked at him coldly, "you are like a toad blocking the highway. You won't be of any use at all. Besides, what's the point of you looking for Li Xiaotong?" She sighed softly. Speaking from the bottom of her heart, she had long developed feelings of admiration towards Su Li's calm and sincere personality that hid an infinite amount of ruthlessness. However, The Federation only cared about strength. Money, status, power, and even influence in the military were all real strength, but they never included personal martial strength. Unless that person's personal strength was like that of the military god from the Lees of Philadelphia, who was above all rules. No matter how good Sulu was at fighting at the current stage, he was still countless galaxies away from the high and mighty 7 great families and the colossal Federal Academy of Science. Even Lady Tai will remain silent on this matter. First of all, you are not a member of the Tai family. Second of all, this is the Lee family's plan. She may be able to sense the enormous benefits involved, but she won't so easily make a decision that will destroy the other party's plan. The 7 great families of the Federation have coexisted for tens of thousands of years. They don't rely on annual wars, but rather on mutual compromise and coexistence. In the end, they are people of the same world. Although they may choose different partners in the political world, they won't easily start a war because of these differences. The 7 great families of the Federation have at least had a few hundred years of peace. It is not uncommon for them to marry each other. You are Sulu. You are an insignificant person. Your surname is not Zhong, nor is your surname Lin, nor is your surname Si. How can you possibly contend against the Li family? If you are really my man, perhaps this matter can still be turned around. I don't mean that you might be able to steal back the data in the laboratory, but I mean that you won't be dragged into prison because of this matter. So you didn't hold anything back anymore. She directly analyzed all the possibilities for him to hear. Sulu listened silently, but his expression didn't change at all. His small eyes narrowed slightly, and he said slowly, "When I first started working in Old Shun's laboratory, I once told myself that I might have met a strange person. I even thought very self-deprecatingly that it couldn't be that this strange person would really take me as his last disciple and pass down all his legacy to me. What I didn't expect was that Professor Shun really did leave that laboratory to me in his will. Leaving aside the use of the data in the laboratory for the Federation's first-generation mecha to be able to ensure that after Professor Shun's death, the normal citizens of the Federation will forever remember him." Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. He said, "Even if there were only a few pieces of paper in that laboratory, I wouldn't let anyone snatch those pieces of paper away." So Yu was silent. She understood Su Li's meaning. It was just like the famous saying from the distant imperial dynasty tens of thousands of years ago, "The monarch treats me like a country scholar, so I return the favor like a country scholar." This saying was actually not very accurate to describe Su Li's current mood, but there wasn't much of a difference in his emotions. Towards the old man's unwarranted trust and great trust, other than unhesitatingly persevering, there was no other way. The 7 great families of the Federation, and those politicians could play politics, compromise, or give in to each other. They would give you some leeway here and seek tacit benefits elsewhere. These were all methods. However, Sulu didn't have the qualifications to play these games, nor did he have such thoughts. He had no way out, so he could only continue forward. The black car stopped at the side gate of the West Mountain compound of the Ministry of Defense. In the shadows, fully armed soldiers were standing guard, but no one cast a glance at the car. Zoe put down the phone, turned her head, and looked deeply at Sulu. She said, "When an ordinary man is angry, he has to have a reason to be angry and know when to advance and when to retreat. Although Park Ji-ho is one of his people, this matter isn't necessarily his doing." Sulu was enlightened. He lowered his head and said, "Understood. Don't worry." Zoe sighed. She vaguely saw a figure walking out of the West Mountain compound. She knew she couldn't stay here any longer. She softly said an address, then looked seriously at Sulu and said, "You have to remember, my due date is still a few months away. Since you promised to take care of me, you have to come back safely." Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. However, in his heart, there was a hint of sadness that he hadn't felt for a long time. If he really had a direct confrontation with the Federal Academy of Science and the Lee family, how could he, who had just killed someone, return to that simple apartment in Wangdu? The black car left the West Mountain compound of the Ministry of Defense and drove towards the address that Zhou mentioned. He saw from the rear view screen that Zhou had already been picked up by a middle-aged woman. And Zhou, he was relieved. Driving between the sometimes quiet and sometimes bustling buildings of the Capital Special District, Sulu thought for a moment, then used the car phone to dial a number. A moment later, he heard Butler Jin's slightly hoarse voice. "Tai Ziyuan said that if I run into any trouble, I can call you." Su Li's right hand held the streamlined microphone. He was a sincere and down-to-earth young man, but that didn't mean he was a pedantic guy. Back at the Capital Spaceport, Madame Zhong's business card was still in his pocket. This fully showed that, at certain moments, he was willing to lower his head and seek the help of these truly important people. At a critical moment, to blindly brag about one's loftiness and not ask for external help, fighting with one's saber. That was stupidity, not an outstanding quality. However, listening to Butler Jin's slightly bland reply, which was very much like the sound of fruit juice mixed with it, Su Li's expression gradually became serious, and the microphone beside his cheek seemed to become cold. Should he report to Lady Tai tomorrow? Su Li didn't hide anything during the phone conversation. He directly told Butler Jin about Zhou Yu's speculation and the importance of the laboratory data that he wanted to protect. However, Butler Jin continued to reply calmly. The 7 major families of the Federation were involved in the interests that the iron scheming family wanted. Butler Jin naturally couldn't promise Su Lu a single word. This was something that Su Lu could think of. However, Butler Jin's tone made him narrow his eyes. "It's too late tomorrow." Although the director of the 3rd Department said that the laboratory would only be sealed the day after tomorrow, Sulu knew that once the news of Park Ji-ho's death spread, it would be very difficult for him to enter the research institute again. Furthermore, the other party would definitely speed up the pace of seizing the laboratory data. If nothing unexpected happened, the technical director of the research institute, who obviously had a background in the Academy of Science, would directly take over Professor Shen's laboratory with the written order of the board of directors tomorrow morning and remove all the data related to quantum measurability. Although this clearly violated the agreement signed between Professor Shen and the research institute back then, and it also conflicted with the copy of Professor Shen's, that Su Lu currently had. However, in the face of pressure from the Federal Academy of Science, Su Lu simply couldn't find any way to stop all of this. A strong sense of disappointment and helplessness filled Su Li's mind. He leaned against the car door and took a deep breath of the 377 brand cigarette. He didn't wake up until the cigarette tip warmed his nails. He looked at the quiet and noble garden building not far from his feet, licked his lips, and pulled out the bright long knife from the car window beside him. The 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, Park Ji-ho's master, should be in this garden building, which was called the Ivy Garden by the citizens of the capital. In the southeast corner of the Ivy Garden, there was a man-made stream that flowed for many years. Decayed soil fell to the bottom of the stream, and old trees stretched their roots out of the embankment. In the spring, flowers and trees were densely planted on the embankment. 2 bright, round moons peeked out of the clouds and gently shone on the treetops. Behind this beautiful scenery, there was a single building. The appearance of the building was not very eye-catching, but the ancient style of the hooked eaves, although it didn't show the temperament of the owner of the building, at least it showed the owner's economic strength. This was the best and most remote location in the Ivy Garden. The The rich people who lived in the front didn't know who this building belonged to. The 7 families of the Federation lived in the Federation, but they were like the shadows of the clouds, not easily showing their true faces. There were flowers under the window, flowers on the window, flowers on the bed curtains, and 2 conspicuous red flowers on the naked woman's jade-like body on the bed. The 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, got up from the woman's body in satisfaction. He lightly patted the woman's plump buttocks, chuckled, and rushed her to take a bath. He put on a dark-colored pajamas and went to the window. He looked at the flowers above and below the window, slightly lost in thought. He was a person who cherished flowers, but there were too many flowers around him, so he naturally became a playboy. It was only a few months ago, when he had some thoughts about the daughter of the Zhou family, that he restrained himself a little. But he didn't expect that the eldest daughter, who was used to using arrogance to cover up her loneliness, was actually pregnant. Li Xiaotong returned to his original playboy life. This afternoon, Li Xiaotong had found a piece of information that made him angry, so he was not in a good mood. Although he was still gentle and decent in front of that woman, once the pleasure was over, he felt a little lonely and sad. He was the 7th young master of the Li family, but in front of that beautiful man, he didn't have any glory. That person didn't even need to fight, and the people he liked would abandon him one after another and throw themselves into the arms of that person, because that person was the true successor of the Li family. The moment he thought of this, the dark and ruthless look in his deep facial features and dark and calm eyes suddenly became a bit thicker. He was originally an extremely outstanding person, casually standing among the flowers. He was like an untamed plum, disdaining to move no matter how the snow clouds moved in the sky and the snowstorm hit his body. It was also because of this coldness that occasionally leaked out that he was evaluated as having a sinister temperament in his family. Just that he looked a bit sinister. But what did that have to do with his temperament? Li Xiaotong frowned and thought, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Since he was evaluated as having a sinister temperament, then he deliberately acted more sinister these past few years. In any case, he couldn't win against that person, so there was no need to fight. At the age of 16, he was selected as the 2nd successor of the Li family. At that time, Li Xiaotong was so well regarded, but after being suppressed for so many years, he knew that he wasn't that person's opponent, so he simply gave up. With the Li family's inexhaustible wealth, he wandered around the nightclubs of the major planets of the Federation, driving that silver wraith, lonely and lonely. Li Xiaotong silently sat on the sofa by the window, slightly raising his head, looking at the bright moon outside the window and the short flowers and trees on the windowsill. After that woman finished bathing, she would leave and never come back to this room. This was his rule. A gust of night, wind blew in, and the thick cyan curtain by the window moved slightly. Li Xiaotong's pupils slightly shrank, and his hands subconsciously reached back, but immediately stopped. The tip of a knife that reflected the white moonlight appeared in the cyan curtain. At this moment, the knife's light was so dazzling. Almost at the same time, the door of the room silently opened, and a man in dark clothes aimed a pistol behind the curtain. The black metal barrel of the gun was so cold at this moment. Seeing that man's arrival, Li Xiaotong's narrowed pupils gradually relaxed, but he still didn't move at all, quietly looking at the tip of the knife. Since the man with the gun didn't shoot directly, it meant that he thought that the person behind the curtain with the knife could hurt him even if he was shot. Li Xiaotong's greatest strength was that he never underestimated anyone, and he trusted the judgment of a professional, so he didn't move at all. After staying on the mountain behind the ivy garden for a long time, Su Lu finally found a chance to approach this independent building. With the amazing strength trained by Uncle Fengyu, he wouldn't be afraid even when facing the special elite of the military, but it was so difficult to quietly break through those defenses. He finally understood that the 7 great families of the Federation were not ordinary forces, and even a second-generation figure like Li Xiaotong had such a strong security force around him. While Li Xiaotong was enjoying the pleasure of a man and a woman, Su Lu secretly sneaked into the room. At this time, the bodyguard shouldn't be in the room, so this was the best opportunity. However, what shocked Su Lu was that before he could do anything, the bodyguard in dark clothes quietly opened the door and pointed a gun at him. A trace of dangerous aura filled the entire room. Su Lu slowly walked out from behind the blue curtains. He didn't look at the 7th young master of the Li family who was sitting on the sofa next to him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged bodyguard with a gun at the door. Even if the middle-aged bodyguard didn't have a gun in his hand, he was still an extremely dangerous person. Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. Previously, he didn't hear any footsteps outside the door, and he didn't even hear any breathing. How did this person appear? How could he be so powerful? The middle-aged bodyguard in dark clothes was also quietly looking at Su Lu. His right shoulder was slightly drooping, and his muscles were extremely relaxed. The special pistol in his hand moved precisely with Su Li's every step. As long as he wanted to, he could pull the trigger at any time and kill Su Lu. However, he didn't because Su Li's left hand was protecting the upper half of his face. This posture looked a bit wretched, and it was obviously impossible to block a bullet with one arm. However, the middle-aged bodyguard's expression gradually became dignified. In fact, apart from the Tai and Zhong families, the 7 families of the Federation didn't really worry about the safety of their descendants. This was because those families had many children. Since it was impossible for the enemy forces to use this method to deal a fatal blow to these families, they naturally didn't want to use this kind of iron-blooded method to attract the endless revenge of these families. Even so, there would still be people responsible for the safety of these second-generation children of the 7 families. This was especially true for second-generation heirs, like Li Xiaotong. Whether he was willing or not, there would be an extremely terrifying expert protecting him on his left and right. At this time, the middle-aged bodyguard who forced Su Lu into a desperate situation was precisely such a person. This middle-aged bodyguard's face was ordinary, but his body under his clothes was like a gun that could break free at any time and cut through everything in front of him, directly taking the enemy's life. Su Lu felt this kind of threat, so he didn't dare to move lightly. In the past few days, the most powerful people Su Lu had seen should be that fatty Captain Tian and Madman Li. A monster like Uncle Fengyu was naturally excluded. However, perhaps because the situation was different, neither Captain Tian nor Madman Li gave Su Lu a stronger sense of danger than this middle-aged bodyguard at this time. The Federation was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Existences like the 7 great families were indeed not something that could be challenged by mere brute courage. Just as Su Lu felt a faint sense of regret, he didn't know that Li Xiaotong and the middle-aged bodyguard who had been silent all this time became even more vigilant after seeing his face clearly. A person who could quietly sneak into the bedroom of the 7th young master of the Li family and use only a long knife in his hand to make the middle-aged bodyguard not dare to move lightly was really rare in the Federation. There were rumors that after I left Linyuan that day, you and Madman Li fought to a draw. I always thought that it was an exaggeration. My big brother thinks that Madman Li deliberately gave you a chance to become famous because of that Crown Prince and Miss So family. In the tense silence, the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, suddenly looked at Su Li's face and laughed. He lightly clapped his hands and said, "Only today did I know that the rumors were true. His expression suddenly calmed down, and a trace of sternness flashed through his gloomy eyes. He slowly said, "Even madman Li can't quietly approach my bed. I'm really curious. Sulu, how did you do it?" Sulu had his own secrets. In the capital ring, he dared to fight against the forces that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Federation. The skills that Uncle Fengyu had left for him naturally had a channel to use. At this time, he naturally couldn't explain anything to Li Xiaotong. When he heard Li Xiaotong call out the intruder's name, the middle-aged bodyguard's expression became even colder. Since the intruder knew Li Xiaotong and dared to come in without hiding, he naturally had the intention to fight to the death. It wouldn't matter if it was a normal person, but the middle-aged bodyguard clearly knew that the ordinary-looking young man holding a knife behind the curtain was definitely not a normal person. He took a few steps forward. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He noticed that the man's shoulders and arms didn't tremble at all when he took a step forward. The gun muzzle was terrifyingly steady. He couldn't let this person come any closer. When he was within 5 steps, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to threaten Li Xiaotong's life. To Su Li's surprise, Li Xiaotong smiled and said to the middle-aged bodyguard, "Brother Zeng, don't be too nervous. Su Lu is my friend." Su Lu and Li Xiaotong had only met once and a half. Naturally, they weren't friends. He didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. "You want to kill me?" Li Xiaotong was still sitting on the sofa, and his gloomy face gradually relaxed. "I'm not a normal person. If you kill me, the Bureau of Proclamation will definitely put you on the wanted list. Whether you can escape or not, your life will be ruined." At this time, Su Lu said the first sentence after entering the room, "I've already killed Park Ji-ho." Hearing this, Li Xiaotong didn't look nervous or angry at all. After being slightly startled, he laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder. It was actually an indescribable joy and satisfaction. The laughter gradually stopped. His cold and gloomy face instantly relaxed. He said calmly, "Good kill. Today's writing is smoother. 2 chapters of 6,700 words are posted together. I hope everyone likes it. It's like a singer, about the monthly votes, sigh. This month, everyone is really fierce. It's too scary. Countless spears pointed at the sky. With just a slight pause, there are bloody holes all over the body. Old Duan is especially fierce. He explodes so fiercely. I also feel good watching. The problem is that he kicked me down. It's very painful. After saying so much, I'm still tirelessly begging everyone to support me with monthly votes. Only those who like it can vote. Hand over fist, bow. Throw me the monthly votes, guys." Chapter 186. Li Xiaotong stood up from the sofa and took out a file folder from the drawer beside the bed. During this process, the long knife in Su Li's hand rotated along with his movements. Although Li Xiaotong's previous laughter and words confirmed the situation that Su Lu vaguely expected, at this time, the bodyguard called Brother Zeng still coldly pointed the gun at him, so he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. "Brother Zeng, I have something to talk to this friend." Li Xiaotong handed the folder in his hand to Su Lu. His attitude was very relaxed and casual, as if he didn't see the bloody long knife in Su Li's hand at all. Brother Zeng was silent for a moment. The peerlessly sharp spear-like aura in his clothes slowly faded away. He nodded slightly at Li Xiaotong and replied with a hoarse and strange trembling voice, "Yes, young master." Su Lu watched the man put down the gun and leave the room. His mind was really relaxed, and he took the folder in Li Xiaotong's hand. The dangerous smell of this bodyguard called Brother Zeng was too strong, sometimes like a gun, sometimes like a lion, which made people's hair stand on end. There were several photos and an audio file in the folder. The photos should have been taken secretly from a distance. The content was in a high-rise building in the capital. The blonde Park Ji-ho was talking to a man. The person who took the photos should be very far away from the building, so the faces of Park Ji-ho and the man in the photos were very vague. But even so, he could vaguely feel the extraordinary momentum of the man, especially the blurry facial features, which were extremely handsome. Su Li's heart moved, and he guessed who the man was. The audio file was a piece of eavesdropping data mixed with electric current noise. Su Lu lowered his head and listened carefully before taking off his earpiece. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xiaotong, who was sitting back on the sofa. Li Xiuzhu, the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, and also my big brother. Li Xiaotong's face was gloomy as he said, Park Ji-ho was one of my men, but he was with him. That's why I said you did the right thing. At this time, Su Lu maintained his silence. Looking at the second generation of the 7 great families in front of him, his heart gave birth to a heavy sense of vigilance. The contact between Park Ji-ho and the young master of the Li family was completely investigated by this person. He just didn't know how he was able to take these photos and eavesdrop on his conversation. While Su Lu was looking at Li Xiaotong was also thinking quickly. His childhood experience had made him develop a very good habit. He would never look down on anyone. Although he had expressed his disdain for the crown prince of the Tai family in his conversation with Park Ji-ho at the intersection of Green Mountain, it was actually just a cover-up. The Tai family had the longest history, the highest status, and the most secretive power among the 7 great families. How could Li Xiaotong not pay attention to Tai Ziyuan? He was different from his big brother, who was used to looking down on everyone in the world as trash. He only had Lin Banshan in his eyes. This young man with a knife in front of him, under the double pressure of the Federal Academy of Science, and the Li family still dared to fight back. Moreover, his counterattack was so sharp. He killed Park Ji-ho and went straight into his bedroom. If Li Xiaotong paid attention to Su Lu in the past because of the relationship between Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu, then after tonight, he decided to pay more attention to Su Lu. After calculating, Li Xiaotong didn't hesitate at all. With the decisiveness and straightforwardness of a businessman making a bet, he said directly, "Let's cooperate." Su Lu looked at the 25 or 26 years old young man in front of him. His 2 straight eyebrows, which were like flying knives, frowned and said, "I don't understand. What does the 7th young master of the Li family need from me? And what can you give me?" Park Ji-ho betrayed you because the young master of the Li family could bring him more benefits. What benefits do you get from cooperating with me? After all, you are a member of the Li family. I heard that recording and know that right now the Federal Academy of Science wants to get the data in the laboratory. I hope that you can stop all of this. Li Xiaotong said, "Those data are important to the Federation's new generation of mecha. I don't care, but that big brother of mine cares a lot. Because once the Federal Academy of Science really wants to take a stand in the presidential election, the pairing of Governor Ross and Senator Macklin will have a higher chance of winning. If Li Xiuzhu succeeds in this matter, for him, it will naturally be of great benefit. Hasn't the Li family always supported them? I don't even care who becomes the president of the Federation." Li Xiaotong's expression darkened. He said, "No matter who becomes the president, the 7 great families of the Federation will still be 7 great families. Even if Ross and Macklin succeed in the election, what does it have to do with me? The Li family is not mine. On the contrary, if they succeed." Su Lu understood the other party's meaning. His brows furrowed extremely tightly. "Even if I can stop the data from leaking out of the laboratory and destroy the agreement between your family and that old fellow from the Federal Academy of Sciences, I might not be able to affect the general trend of the presidential election." "That is natural. However, this is still a very powerful link. Li Xiaotong stood up and said slowly, "As long as it benefits Li Xiuzhu, I am willing to destroy it. What can you help me with?" Sulu asked again. "If you need to escape after this, I can find a way for you and provide you with some funding. Of course, if you really have a relationship with the Tai family, you might not even care about this. However, I think that we can form some kind of long-term beneficial relationship because our goals seem to be somewhat the same." Li Xiaotong didn't say long-term friendship, but rather benefits. This was more believable. However, Su Lu still didn't say anything. Li Xiaotong looked at him quietly. After a while, he picked up his private encrypted phone and made a few calls. After being silent for a while, he smiled and said, "I can help you delay the news from Park Ji-ho for a while so that they won't react immediately. According to the information I got, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the written order from the board of directors of the Nutshell will come out. Then, your laboratory will be lost. You still have 9 hours. "Got it," Sulu said. "The problem is that I only have 9 hours. I don't have the ability to get the data out. If I keep it in the laboratory, it will be in the hands of the Federal Academy of Science. In that case, it won't be helpful for your plan." Li Xiaotong understood the hidden meaning in his words. He sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, "I am sorry. In fact, the Li family's influence on the Nutshell is very limited. I still don't know how those old guys managed to avoid the military and directly influence the board of directors. As for the research institute, I don't have access to some of the more important areas, so I can't help you in this regard. This is only the first cooperation. I believe that there will be opportunities in the future." Li Xiaotong said, "If there is a future, I won't ask for much. I just hope that you can find a chance to let me meet Tai Ziyuan." Su Lu was deep in thought. After a long time, he gently nodded. 8 hours before the deadline, Su Lu arrived at the first military academy and entered the Husk Institute's 3rd department area. It was already late at night, but there were still a few laboratories in the institute that were brightly lit. Researchers would sometimes forget the beauty of the day in the middle of the night. Su Lu took out his electronic key card and entered the core area. Then he walked along the quiet corridor toward the laboratory. In front of the last scanning channel, he slowly stopped his footsteps. He put his hand into the pocket of his military uniform and gripped the cold metal device tightly. Although the meeting with the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, was somewhat dangerous, in the end, it proved Su Li's intuition at the beginning. Park Ji-ho was indeed working for the Li family, but not for Li Xiaotong. In the eyes of the 7th young master of the Li family, the position of the head of the Li family was what he needed to consider the most. As for the overall benefit of the Li family, the development of the Federation Mecca, and the results of the presidential election, none of these were in the mind of the gloomy young man. The cooperation seemed to be successful, but in reality, Su Lu couldn't help Li Xiaotong much. With Li Xiaotong's current strength, he couldn't help Su Lu either. And this cooperation was basically hidden under the surface, just a loose psychological connection. He pressed the small button and narrowed his eyes. A faint blue light began to emit from the small device in his pocket. It was blocked by the cloth of his military uniform and became even dimmer. Although it was dim, it was enough to envelop his entire body. There was not a single person in the quiet corridor. Su Lu didn't hesitate or show any fear. He directly walked toward the scanning channel. A very strange thing happened at this moment. The Federation's most advanced scanning device seemed to have become blind and deaf at this moment. The faint blue light that enveloped Su Lu seemed to have some kind of magic, turning Su Lu invisible in front of these advanced monitoring devices. The device that was personally designed by Uncle Fong Yu was enough to temporarily fool the omnipotent central computer in the Bureau of Proclamation, let alone the secondary monitoring network at the edge of the charter. This was one of Su Li's biggest trump cards. Previously, he was able to sneak into the Ivy Garden and directly into Li Xiaodong's bedroom because of this small device in his pocket. This was the first time Su Lu tried to use this device in the core area of the Federation. The Husk Institute contained the most confidential information of the Federation. Without a doubt, the place with the strongest surveillance and defense was turned into a piece of trash by this small device. Walking to the familiar door of the laboratory, Su Lu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and took a deep breath. The glory of the charter was spread all over the Federation. The people of the Federation, including those who were extremely meticulous, had long been accustomed to the power of technology over tens of thousands of years of history. They had developed a kind of mental inertia. This inertia provided endless convenience for Su Lu to lurk and wander in this society. Once the technology was broken, Su Lu seemed to vaguely capture the feeling of freedom that Uncle Fong Yu had. After entering the password and opening the door of the laboratory, Su Lu took out a heavy axe from the metal firebox next to him and silently walked in. Chapter 187. In the Federation, no one could cover the sky with one hand. The president couldn't, the old man from the Lees of Philadelphia couldn't, and the lady from the Tai family couldn't either. Everyone could at most cover the blazing sun in front of their eyes and clear up the sky above their heads. Money could do anything, but it wasn't omnipotent. Although the Lee family had already put all of their efforts into the presidential election, they were still careful and meticulous in their planning. They didn't let go of any link that could affect the voters. The Federation's new generation of mecha development involved the shameful agreement between Senator Macklin and Dean Lin, so they naturally wouldn't ignore it. However, even if the Federal Academy of Science and the Lee family worked together, they still couldn't completely influence the Shell Motor Company. Thus, they needed the data in the laboratory, but they still had to follow the rules of the game and wait for the written order to arrive. If that young second lieutenant really didn't have any background, or if he had naturally retreated under great pressure, perhaps Li Xiuzhu wouldn't be so distressed. The problem was that, until today, he still didn't know how deep the relationship between that young second lieutenant named Su Lu and the Tai family was. He had some misgivings, so his methods had some twists and turns. Thus, he let Park Ji-ho use those underhanded methods to temporarily remove that young second lieutenant from this matter. Park Ji-ho was one of Li Xiaodong's people. Li Xiuzhu didn't expect the knife he borrowed to be able to fool many people and make Old Seven uncomfortable, but at least he hoped it could be hidden for a while. His main concern was whether or not this knife was strong enough, sharp enough, and qualified enough to be used by him in the future. When his secretary told him of Park Ji-ho's death, he was sitting on the sofa by the window, looking at the thousands of lights below. The normal red wine in his hand swayed slightly. A trace of shock flashed through Li Xiuzhu's eyes, but it quickly returned to calmness. It seemed that the knife he had his eyes on wasn't tempered and broke so cleanly. He thought of that young second lieutenant again, and for a moment he felt an inexplicable sense of vigilance. All of the good feelings he had accumulated during dinner were completely washed away. Li Xiuzhu shouldn't be wary of Su Lu. That was an outsider who had lost his way and entered the circle. He didn't have any foundation to speak of, and even more so, he couldn't be a threat to him. Even if the other party knew about their plan from Park Ji-ho, there was no time to stop the sealing of the laboratory tomorrow morning. The problem was that it was already 2:00 in the middle of the night. After the police found Park Ji-ho's body, they estimated that he died at 9 o'clock last night. Li Xiuzhu didn't have the habit of contacting his subordinates directly. Since it was a secret plan, Park Ji-ho wouldn't report it after it was done. Therefore, these few hours of idle time did not attract his attention. However, Park Ji-ho was dead. He should have been the first to know the news, but it seemed that some people had delayed it for a few hours. What can I do in a few hours? His extremely handsome face gradually turned cold as he gently turned the wine glass in his hand. Suddenly, he laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. After making a phone call, he no longer cared about this matter. Although the young second lieutenant was an unexpected variable, it couldn't affect the overall situation. That guy named Su Lu couldn't have stolen the data from the Husk Institute's laboratory. This had nothing to do with ability, but with the system. The Federation's system was always stronger than an individual's ability. The soft and pleasant sound of electric current was very clear in the quiet laboratory. In the Federation's cutting-edge technology laboratory with low-noise technology, if it weren't for Su Li's amazing hearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear this music-like sound. The index tree and data axis on the holographic screen quickly flipped, and the schematic of the file shredding continued to operate. Su Lu had already taken off his military uniform. His hands quickly entered the operation instructions on the holographic screen desktop. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. The design drawings and data model of the electron jet had basically been destroyed. This part of the data was the result of his recent cooperation with Professor Shen. It wasn't entered into the Federation's database management system, so it was very easy to delete. Plus, this was his own research, so even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't be too difficult to pick it up again in the future. The hissing sound of the file shredding was accompanied by the faint sound of electric current. It was like a simple but extremely beautiful concerto. Under the accompaniment of this song, Su Lu silently and wholeheartedly carried out his own work. This data had to be destroyed. Otherwise, if the Federal Academy of Science got their hands on it, with their terrifying research abilities, they might only need 3 days to solve the most critical problem of the new generation of mecha in the Federation. At 2:13 a.m., Su Lu finally raised his head from the holographic screen desktop. He let out a tired breath, feeling the aches all over his body and the hunger in his stomach. Tonight, he had first faced off against 7 blades, then killed Park Ji-ho, then sneaked into the Ivy Garden. He had been using the mysterious power in his body all this time. Right now, although his spirit was still full and the mysterious power was still abundant, the wear and tear on his body and the emptiness in his stomach were truly making him uncomfortable. Outside the laboratory's database, all content related to the electron jet had been completely deleted. In order to erase all traces, Su Li's fingers didn't stop working for a moment. The database searching ability that had been forcefully trained by Professor Shen was put to good use at this moment. The data content was all outside the database. Presumably, the people who would take over the laboratory tomorrow morning would not notice anything strange. After doing all this, Su Lu sat in the chair beside the holographic screen desktop. He was silent for a minute, thinking for a minute, and resting for a minute. The trip to the Ivy Garden at least confirmed Zhou Yu's analysis in the black car. The Federal Academy of Science wanted Professor Shen's research results, and the Li family secretly helped. The bridge between them was Ross and Medellin, 2 politicians who were determined to win the presidency. This combination was truly frightening. Su Lu naturally wouldn't completely trust Li Xiaodong's cooperation with him. In reality, the Li family's 7th young master, other than having some money, couldn't help him at all. However, the Li family's 7th young master was actually able to spy on Park Ji-ho and find evidence of his betrayal. This ability made Su Lu a little wary. He deleted the hundreds of initial design blueprints that he and Professor Shen had come up with in the past few days, wiping out all traces of the data. There was no trace of relief on Su Li's face. He stared at the index tree that flashed incessantly on the holographic screen desktop, a trace of heaviness and helplessness in his small eyes. The real key lay in the aspect of quantum measurable dynamics that Professor Shen had researched. The reason Su Lu had found the correct path to solve the problem of the new generation MX Mecha's electronic jets was because of Professor Shen's guidance. Under the old man's tireless research in the last 10 years of his life, under the theories and data models, he had figured out some things. Although the results that Su Lu had obtained now were important, the truly important ones were still Professor Shen's data models and the functional formulas within the sections. Right now, he had already destroyed all of the extension designs, but if the Federal Academy of Science took away all of Professor Shen's research results, he believed that it wouldn't take them too long to discover the problem and solve it. That highly respected head of the Federal Academy of Science, as well as those disciples and grand disciples of his who occupied key positions in the Federation's scientific community, were definitely not incompetent people. Although Su Lu despised the moral standards of these people, he had to admit that these people didn't rely entirely on plagiarism to get to where they were today. Their own abilities were also incomparably strong. The database of this laboratory was a one-way exit. It was connected to the core databases of the Federal Academy of Science and the 3 major military academies, but it couldn't be accessed from the outside. The entrance was only in that office on the 2nd floor of the laboratory. That was why the Federal Academy of Science urgently needed control of this laboratory. Su Li's initial plan was to directly transfer all of Professor Shen's academic results over the years directly through the data transfer device. Then, with the help of the blue light device, he would be able to pass through the triple scanning door of the Research Institute. Unfortunately, although the database in this laboratory was a one-way exit for the sake of data security, old Professor Shen had connected it to the Federal Central Database and carried out electronic data security. No matter who it was, without the permission of the Central Database, once the data was copied or irreversible, it would be reported to the police. Now, there was a problem in front of Su Lu. He couldn't move Professor Shen's data. It was extremely difficult even if he wanted to quietly destroy the data. However, all of these data would fall into the hands of the Federal Academy of Science tomorrow. This was something that he absolutely didn't want to see. Su Lu couldn't get the permission of the Central Database, but those people must have already thought of a countermeasure. Even if he couldn't quietly destroy the data, Su Lu still had other ideas. However, he was still in a minute of silent contemplation. This was the fruit of wisdom that Professor Shen had spent countless years to obtain. If he destroyed it in his own hands, how would he explain it to that old man in the Milky Way public cemetery? There was another problem. Although Su Lu was already familiar with many functional formulas and numerical models, if he didn't have the help of the data in Professor Shen's database, he didn't have a shred of confidence that he would be able to complete the final modification work of the new generation of mecha for the Federation. What did the Federation's new generation of MX mecha mean? Su Lu understood this better than anyone else. Although he didn't have a shred of goodwill towards the upper echelons of society that controlled this Federation, he also knew that in the increasingly tense situation between the Federation and the Empire, the sooner the Federation completed the research and assembly of the new generation of mecha, the fewer normal, hot-blooded soldiers would die. On one side, it was direct justice and the resistance of the small fry. On the other side, it was the great benefits of the Federation and the lives of the common people. To stay or to be destroyed, that was the question. 1 minute later, Su Lu stood up from his chair and stopped thinking about this question. He couldn't understand, so he could only act according to his instincts. From the database storage rack in the second-floor office, he pulled out the hard storage boxes that were connected to the data cables and power cables. Sulu looked at these metal objects and couldn't help but pause for a moment. He knew that his next action would destroy Professor Shen's lifetime of hard work. At this moment, he began to struggle in his mind. If it's not yours, then you shouldn't have snatched it. Sulu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, F*CKU. He spat on his hand, raised the heavy piece axe in his hand, and smashed it down viciously and decisively at those data storage boxes. Chapter 188. When Sulu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. He clearly knew that with this swing of the axe, it was possible that the Federation's research and development of the new generation of mecha would be pushed back by several years or even decades. However, he still smashed it down without any hesitation. This was based on the simple outlook of a mining orphan. If it wasn't yours, then you shouldn't fight for it. If you fight for it, then I will destroy it. Everything in this laboratory had been given to him by Professor Shen, so he dared to smash it. This was a kind of attitude. He would rather this piece of jade shatter so miserably than let others steal a single tile from him. Faint blue, incandescent, and serene electric sparks flew in all directions as the sharp axe chopped down heavily. Those hard alloy storage boxes were also reduced to countless sharp metal shards, flying in all directions of the laboratory. The high-density magnetic materials in the boxes were also reduced to patches of ink rain, tragically reduced to dust under the axe. With the current level of technology in the Federation, using technical means to erase data had the possibility of being recovered. After Sulu made up his mind last night, he decided to use this kind of barbaric, crude, and simple physical method to carry out data erasure. Those hard alloy surfaces could not be penetrated even by bullets. Even if a normal person dared to use physical methods like Sulu to carry out data erasure, they probably would not be able to find any way to do so. However, Sulu did. He had a heavy piece axe in his hand. His body was filled with a scorching, trembling power of injustice. The piece axe was raised high and brought down heavily. Sulu silently and violently destroyed everything on the data rack. However, he did not feel at ease as he smashed. Instead, his heart was filled with pain and deep sorrow. Every time the axe smashed down, a portion of data was destroyed. It was as if the axe was smashing down viciously on his body. Professor Shen had guarded this place for dozens of years, ignoring everything outside. He had only left this behind. Although he still did not obtain any results from this, he had left behind countless research fruits of wisdom in the process at this moment. However, they were gradually disappearing under the heavy piece axe. Just as Li Xiuzhu had envisioned, in the face of the Federation's powerful system, no one could steal the data in the Research Institute. Although Sulu had the precious legacy left to him by Uncle Fengyu, he couldn't do this. The Federation's protection of these data was unimaginable. However, what Li Xiuzhu didn't expect was that the young second lieutenant named Sulu would choose such a bloody way to destroy everything here once he realized that the data couldn't be transferred away. Sulu had no way to quietly remove the data, and he couldn't even secretly erase the data. In front of the Federal Academy of Science, the iron mathematicians, and the shadows of those political figures, there was no way for him to protect Professor Shen's legacy. The Tai family was still silent. He was just a researcher. What could he do? What he could do was what he was doing now, what the axe was doing. When the piece axe hit the data storage box on the shelf for the first time, breaking the hard alloy surface and damaging the high-density magnetic material inside, the lights in the laboratory suddenly dimmed. Then, the emergency lights began to flash quickly. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. Immediately after, the alarm began to sound in the corridor outside the laboratory. It was sharp and ear-piercing. The sound was urgent and frightening. The alarm systems of the 3 departments of the Husk Institute were activated at the same time. The 3 scanning systems that led to the outside were in a state of emergency. All traffic was temporarily controlled. The automatic defense system also began to operate. The researchers who were still in the laboratory followed the instructions of the central control computer and walked out of the door of the laboratory. They looked at the alarm lights in the corridor in confusion. When they realized that it wasn't a fire alarm, they couldn't help but be confused. What happened? Why did the alarm sound so shrill? Immediately after, a series of rapid and dense, heavy footsteps came from the end of the corridor of the Research Institute. A group of fully armed military police wearing dark-colored bulletproof vests ran over with serious expressions. They quickly surrounded the door of one of the laboratories. It was only then that the researchers noticed that the door to the lab was still closed. It was like it was in another world. That was old Professor Shin's lab. The military police had already connected to the intercom outside the laboratory, but there was no response from inside the laboratory. Only a series of heavy thumping sounds could be heard. It was as if a monster was smashing something in the laboratory. The leader of the military police frowned, waved his arms, and prepared to launch a strong attack. Sulu heard the alarm, but he didn't stop his actions. He even knew that the fully armed military police must have surrounded the laboratory at this time. Therefore, his movement of the axe became faster. Smash it! The shameless academic leader of the Federal Academy of Science had already made Professor Shin silent for a long time. How could he let him do it again this time? Professor Shin, who was lying in the grave, would probably support his actions. He would rather destroy all of this. One day in the future, there would be some great people in the Federation who were willing to guard this small building for decades. They would once again discover the things that Professor Shin had researched. Although it would be a little later, it was better than handing over these beautiful data models and functional formulas to those shameless people and using them as tools for their pursuit of fame and fortune. With a bang, the peace axe slammed into the ground, splashing out a few sparks. Sulu gasped for breath. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He turned around and looked at the monitor screen. On the screen, the military police outside the laboratory had already begun to prepare to break in. What should be destroyed had been destroyed. The legacy left behind by Professor Shin had become fragments and splashes all over the ground. Sulu believed that the peace axe, attached to his own power, had done extreme physical damage. It would be extremely difficult for the masters of the Federal Academy of Science to recover the data. However, at this moment, Sulu's eyes narrowed. His pupils shrank nervously. This was because he found a line of characters flashing on the screen. Core data has been successfully transferred. Temporarily saved in Area B. Sulu's hand holding the peace axe trembled. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the row of backup storage devices behind the data rack. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness and despair rose in his heart. Transferred. The heavy axe fell countless times and destroyed the data boxes. However, the data had been automatically transferred to Area B. Sulu looked at the flashing characters on the screen with a strange expression on his face. His whole body started to tremble. He knew that he had failed. The electronic security of the central database was stronger than he had imagined. He had clearly cut off the data line in advance, so how could the data be transferred from Area A to Area B without any problems? The strong sense of unwillingness and anger turned into disappointment, and then despair. Sulu silently looked at the characters on the screen that indicated the successful transfer of data. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. He heard the sound of the laboratory door being broken open. He angrily said in a low voice, "Mother ****." The central database of the Federation was in the Federal Central Computer. It was about 40 kilometers away from the Husk Institute's 3rd Division, deep underground in the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation. The light of the first charter shrouded the universe. Sulu wanted to erase the security data recorded by the Federal Central Computer with a peace axe. At this moment, it seemed so absurd. However, what Sulu did not expect was that for the Federal Central Computer, the information node behind his neck was no stranger to the message sent by the Federal Central Computer. What was even more incredible was that after the strange second type of connection, no one in the Federation knew that the omnipotent Central Computer had established an observation system for Sulu and reserved a data reciprocation channel. In the quiet night, deep underground, a line of characters quietly appeared at the bottom of the 2D display screen of the Federal Central Computer. Citizen number SLAT 5102000431X. Information node is abnormal. Name Sulu. Note: suspect number 72 with abnormal situation. Note: number 1 type of contact target. Note: this citizen is the first long-term observation target. Before the 5-person team replies, ensure the survival of this target's data. Note: the data reciprocation channel has been connected. Establish active contact to repair abnormal status. You accept? Humans had resentment and unwillingness. Violent fluctuations in the mind could cause humans to erupt with great potential in an instant, or cause the body to fall into a strange state. Sulu did not. He just stared fixedly at the holographic screen and continuously cursed his mother in the central database. At this moment, he did not know that the central database was the first charter computer that he feared the most. However, his anger followed his heart. His anger, his despair, the torment of the night, and the mental exhaustion caused the burning torrent in his body to rapidly return from its state of spreading in his limbs to his back and waist. When it passed through the back of his neck, it vaguely touched something and produced a sharp pain. At this moment, the door of the laboratory had already opened. The fully armed military police had already rushed in. They aimed the guns in their hands at Sulu and were shouting something loudly. However, Sulu felt a pain in the back of his neck. Then, he realized that the movements of the military police had become extremely slow. Was there something wrong with his eyes? No, it was a black eye. He was shocked to find that his eyes had turned black, and he had fallen into a strange and familiar state. He had fallen into a black dream again. A line of white symbols of light came from afar and entered his eyes. Establish active contact. Do you accept? Suli's entire body was cold. In an instant, who knew how many past events he thought of? After a moment of confusion, he asked with a trembling heart, "Who are you?" After a long silence, the symbols of light turned into a line of words. Chapter 189. I know that writing about a good person like Sulu at this stage would be looked down upon and ignored in this era. However, I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to ignore him. Occasionally, I would receive more than just disdain. Just thinking about being a little more normal could actually be called a pervert. Not only is Sulu a pervert, even I, the author who wrote about him, am also a pervert. Taking care of a friend's woman, is that harboring ill intentions beforehand? Not having any thoughts about one's friend's woman, is that acting pretentious? What kind of bandit's point of view is this? I don't understand. I'll keep silent. I won't look at the book reviews, or else I'll be stupid and angry again. For a baby, everything outside the cradle was what he feared and yearned for the most. For a child, everything outside the room was what he feared and yearned for the most. For ancient humans, Everything on the other side of the mountain was what they feared and yearned for the most. For modern citizens of the Federation, the universe at the end of the black curtain sky was what they feared and yearned for the most. What humans feared the most, what they yearned for the most, were all in the unknown. Right now, Sulu was caught in this dual state of extreme fear and yearning. Fully armed military police had already rushed in. He was about to be arrested, but he didn't have time to think about these things because right now he had already returned to the Black Dream. He saw the repeatedly flashing words about taking the initiative to contact. What was on the other side of the Black Dream? Why did the other side take the initiative to contact him? What was taking the initiative to contact him? This was definitely not an illusion, but it was already about to scare Sulu. This was definitely not epilepsy, but Sulu truly felt like he was about to go crazy. In the past, he had always thought that the dark dream and the blueprints that were lurking in his mind were all problems caused by the disguised chip that Uncle Fengyu had left him. However, at this moment, he finally had some other thoughts. The existence on the other side of the Black Dream seemed to have intelligence and could answer, but he didn't know what kind of existence it was. Mechanic Fengyu, the first person involved in the Bureau of Proclamation incident, was without a doubt the greatest monster of the Federation in the past 100 years. However, even this monster, when faced with the young Sulu, deeply sighed in admiration. This person's calmness was even greater than his talent as a mechanic. If an ordinary person were to face such a situation, they would have already fallen to the ground in fear. But Sulu was still standing there, thinking. Except, after a long or short period of consideration, Sulu made this decision in his mind almost subconsciously. There was something that could enter one's mind and communicate with one's mind. This kind of panic was something that no one could bear in such a short time. Sulu understood, but he didn't understand. However, in addition to his fear, he developed a boundless curiosity towards the existence at the end of the Black Dream. This was a professional quirk that had been cultivated as an engineer since childhood, and it was also a gamble that his current situation prompted him to make. The piece axe hacked in all directions, but the central database, through a method that Sulu could not understand, transferred all the data models and functional formulas related to quantum dynamics to Area B. Fully armed military police had already rushed in, and he was about to be arrested. He would no longer be able to stop that shameless agreement between the Federal Academy of Science and the Iron Calculator. Trapped in despair, he suddenly entered the Black Dream again and encountered the unknown. This could be a variable, it could be an opportunity, it could be endless danger, but he still gambled. He gambled so decisively that he didn't care at all about the conflicting emotions that welled up in the depths of his heart the moment he entered the Black Dream. Sulu was a gambler. On the contrary, he was never willing to gamble on anything. However, at this moment, he had already lost everything. Other than his own life, there was nothing else to lose. If he didn't gamble now, when would he? Sulu didn't know that when he chose to accept the active communication in his mind, deep in the ground, tens of kilometers away from the third department of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute, on the central computer light screen that shone all over the universe, there was a wave that made one's mind shake. The data flow of the central computer was still so stable. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation didn't notice anything strange. No one knew that in the core area of the central computer, the highest intelligence of the human mechanical civilization began to operate nonstop. It made logical judgments, but in the end, it could only return to chaos and give its own conclusion. In the Black Dream, the line of white characters changed. Is there anything I can help you with? This was a long line of white characters. It floated in the black background before Suli's eyes. Although it was silent and abnormally dry, it miraculously produced some kind of emotional resonance. It was like an old butler wearing a black suit was bowing in front of Su Lu. It was extremely polite and slightly humble. It used an authentic, ancient aristocratic tone to ask questions. Su Lu was stunned. He was thinking about what kind of existence was on the other side of the black dream. He didn't expect that this existence that could invade his brain would be so gentle. I want to erase all the data in this laboratory. You need to provide the legal documents of ownership recognized by the Federation. When Su Lu made this request, he didn't expect the existence on the other side of the black dream to help him do it, because even physical damage couldn't destroy the data under the monitoring of the central database. However, the owner of those characters was like a lawyer. It made a reasonable response. For a moment, Su Lu was stunned. He thought of a possibility. He thought of his bet. Subconsciously, he thought that this strange existence that invaded his brain might really be omnipotent. I stored the legal documents in the computer in room 413 of the Wangdu Prefectural Ming apartments. With just a few words, Su Lu had gradually gotten used to this way of conversing with his thoughts. After saying this, he prayed in his heart that this guy who invaded his brain could see those legal documents. Almost instantly, the line of characters changed again. Legal authority confirmed. Please confirm if you want to erase it immediately. No, I want to transfer these data. Su Li's eyes were extremely round. He didn't know if they could appear in the black dream. He stared at the line of white characters and suddenly thought of the importance of Professor Shun's data. He said loudly in his mind, countless characters, countless numbers, and countless incomprehensible models and formulas in the form of pictures fell from the sky like a waterfall. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it fell violently. It fell in front of Su Li's eyes. These were all the core data of Professor Shun's laboratory. Like a waterfall, they washed over Su Li's eyes and entered his mind. He felt that the black space was gradually becoming unstable. He could also feel that his brain was beginning to swell and hurt, and it was beginning to numb. Data transfer successful. Confirm to erase the original data. No. Can you help me change the things inside? Human desires were endless, just like the fisherman in the ancient fairy tale. Since Su Lu had already made a bet and actively communicated with the existence that invaded his brain, although he was still terrified, he still didn't know what the other party was, and he didn't know what kind of situation he was about to face. Then, why didn't he ask the other party to do more? Fortunately, the terrifying and omnipotent existence at the end of the black dream didn't leave in disappointment like the goldfish in the waves. It only silently and quickly completed the task that Su Lu gave it. The military police didn't know what happened in the laboratory. When they rushed into the laboratory, they only saw the shattered metal pieces all over the floor and the data rack that had been damaged to the extent that it was difficult to repair. The young researcher who destroyed the laboratory seemed to be scared silly by the terrifying weapons in the hands of the military police. He stood there in a daze, motionless. The heavy Taiping axe had long fallen to the ground. The military police swarmed forward and pressed the young researcher, who didn't resist, to the ground. They used high-strength plastic rope to tie his hands tightly behind his back. Only then did they let out a slight sigh of relief. However, immediately after that, they found that the young researcher's face was frighteningly pale. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. What was even stranger was that the young researcher's eyes were a little strange. From the moment the military police rushed in until he was pushed to the ground, this person's eyes didn't blink, especially the pupil, which had shrunk into a black dot. It looked extremely terrifying, like a dead person. The military police captain touched Su Li's neck and confirmed that this person was alive. He couldn't help but frown. After hearing the orders from his superior through the communication device, his expression suddenly became serious. He signaled his subordinates to take this audacious guy who dared to destroy the Federation's confidential data out of the door of the laboratory. Just as the group of people walked out of the laboratory with serious expressions, Su Lu, who was sandwiched between two military police, finally woke up slowly. His pupils gradually returned to normal, but his pale face didn't improve for a while. A trace of confusion, a trace of joy, a trace of determination, and a trace of fear flashed through Su Li's eyes. All the data in Professor Shen's laboratory had been transferred into his brain, and the unknown existence had done some tampering with the backup data in the laboratory according to his thoughts. Everything was wonderful, but he didn't know where this wonderful feeling came from. Naturally, he felt fear in his heart. The process of the data stream entering his brain, as well as the process of the final call and confirmation, made Su Lu understand one thing. The black dream he experienced in the 1st Military Region's General Hospital and the structural blueprints he saw were exactly the same as today's experience. This was definitely not caused by the chip Uncle Fengyu left for him. Then, at the end of the black dream, what exactly was it? To be able to instantly confirm the electronic legal documents he left in the apartment in Wangdu, to be able to ignore the defenses of the Federation's central database, to easily transfer and even modify the electronically protected data in the laboratory, and to be able to transmit this data into his brain through some mysterious means. That thing could invade his brain and do so many unimaginable things. It was so mechanical, yet seemed to have a life of its own. It seemed to be omnipresent and omnipotent. Sweat dampened his hair and draped it weakly on his forehead. Surrounded by fully armed military police, he walked along the long corridor toward the military vehicle under the astonished gazes of his colleagues in the research institute. Su Lu didn't have the slightest fear of being arrested and the subsequent hardships because his mind had long been completely occupied by the fear of the unknown great existence. Chapter 190. Su Li's face was pale, and his body was trembling. In the eyes of the military police captain, this scene was naturally a sign of fear. The military police captain had a phone call with his superiors earlier, and he also lived in the research institute on a regular basis. Naturally, he knew why this young second lieutenant ran to Professor Shen's lab and smashed it. He looked at Su Lu with a trace of pity, thinking that this young second lieutenant was quite brave. Facing the pressure of the technical director of the board of directors, he actually dared to not hand over the lab, and even raised an axe to smash the data rack. This kind of fierceness made the military officer, who knew the inside story, admire him. Admiration was only a feeling deep in his heart. After receiving the order from his superiors, the military police captain knew that this person had gotten into big trouble. For a moment, he still didn't know how this person passed the 3 scans and sneaked into the lab, but he only knew that what awaited Su Lu would be a merciless military court trial. Destroying the core confidential data of the Federation. What kind of crime was this? Fortunately, the central control computer of the Research Institute's 3rd department had already confirmed that the core data of Professor Shen's lab had been electronically protected. The moment it was destroyed, it was successfully transferred to Area B. If that data was destroyed, he would probably be sentenced. The military police captain felt a chill in his heart. At this time, looking at the cold, sweat-drenched, and silent Su Lu, he didn't have the slightest sympathy. Instead, it added a bit of coldness. At the entrance of the 1st Military Academy, Su Lu was escorted to a military vehicle by fully armed military police. The military vehicle drove along the quiet and dark road of the capital's special district into the distance, silent all the way. After getting on the military vehicle, Su Li's ankles were also tied with a high-strength plastic rope. The military police had obviously received orders from their superiors to lock him up as a serious criminal. The military vehicle was very quiet along the way, and Su Lu was also silent. He was a smart person, completely opposite to his honest and ordinary appearance. His intelligence surpassed most people in the Federation. Otherwise, Feng, you wouldn't have chosen him back then. Therefore, he clearly knew what kind of terrifying power the existence that had invaded his brain at the other end of the black dream possessed. Furthermore, he deduced an extremely terrifying conclusion from the other party's ability. If the thing that had helped him transfer and modify the laboratory data was really the existence that he had guessed, it would be too unbelievable. It was so unbelievable that he didn't want to believe his own theory, even if it was the only possibility. Perhaps it was because of the worry and fear in his heart, or perhaps it was because of the extreme hunger in his stomach. Su Li's lips didn't have any color of blood. They were dry and white. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips slightly. Suddenly, he said to the silent military police in the military vehicle, "Brothers, do you want to smoke a whole cigarette?" The gendarme sitting next to him was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy, who had just gotten out of his daze, would want to smoke without a trace of fear. Did he not know that he had committed a serious crime? The military policeman subconsciously glanced at the captain, who was sitting in front of him with his eyes closed. The captain was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing Su Li's words, the captain opened his eyes and nodded. Su Lu raised his hands, accepted the lit cigarette, and said thank you. His hands were tightly tied together. It was a bit difficult to bring the cigarette to his lips. He greedily took a deep drag of the cigarette. The filter of the cigarette was still between his lips. He immediately took a second drag. Smoke filled the military vehicle. The gendarme sitting next to him and across from him gave him a strange look. They thought that this second lieutenant probably knew that he could be shot, so he treated this cigarette as the last one to smoke. The slightly dry and strong smoke poured into Su Li's lungs. It could calm the mind and satisfy one's spiritual needs. Only now did Su Li's complexion gradually improve. Destroying the Federation's confidential data was equivalent to treason. Not to mention, he had killed an active Federation officer on Tiger Mountain Road in the middle of the night. However, Su Lu wasn't thinking about these things at all. His hands and feet were bound by high-strength plastic rope. This special high-strength plastic had long replaced metal handcuffs and was used in large quantities by the federal military and police. For the Federation government, this high-strength plastic was enough to bind all normal humans to death. However, no one would have thought that in the countless galaxies of the Federation, there would always be a few abnormal humans. Back in the Donglin district, Su Lu had once used his own strength to break this high-strength plastic rope. He believed that he wasn't the only abnormal human in the Federation. Uncle Feng Yu was one, and presumably that old man in the Lees of Philadelphia was also one. However, Su Lu didn't have the thought of breaking the plastic rope, suddenly killing people, flipping the car, escaping prison, and becoming a fugitive from the Federation again. Black dreams, active connections, characters, countless blueprints, and green data streams like a waterfall. Su Lu stared at the flame of the cigarette in front of him and took a deep breath. Previously, he had already moved the pictures in his mind and confirmed that the core data and formulas in Professor Shen's laboratory had all been transferred to his mind by that existence. How did a huge amount of data transfer into his brain so quickly? Was it through the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network of the Federation? Could he still be considered a normal human right now? Su Lu closed his eyes tightly, and the cigarette between his dry lips gradually shortened. He kept trembling slightly, and the ash fell on his knees and was blown to the floor by the wind. After escaping from the Donglin district, He specifically studied the 740,000 words of the first charter because that was the existence he was most afraid of. The glory of the first charter shone on the Federation, but under the first charter, only one-way data flows could ever be carried out. The five-person group's regulations were to cut off all the ways that the central computer affected the chips in the human body due to logic chaos. Why could he accept the data in reverse? That existence had entered the data twice, which was equivalent to invading the human brain. This was a serious violation of the highest rules of the first charter. Why would this kind of logic error appear in that cold computer program? Active connections, accept. Su Lu thought of the light talisman that had appeared many times in the hospital and in the laboratory. He couldn't help but close his eyes and think, I chose to accept before, so that existence actively invaded my brain? He couldn't understand, so he stopped thinking. Su Lu slowly opened his eyes. The fear, confusion from before had long disappeared. He didn't need to care about that black dream, didn't need to care about what was wrong with that cold central computer, didn't need to care about whether the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was weaving some kind of conspiracy. He wasn't even afraid of death, so what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, he only knew that in the battle for data in the laboratory, he had inexplicably gained an overall advantage. The initiative to develop the new generation mecha of the Federation had once again returned to his hands, or perhaps it should be said that it had returned to his mind. Tonight, he had single-handedly defeated the Federal Academy of Science, defeated the Iron Schemer, and defeated Macklin. That was enough. He should say thank you, right? The cigarette had burned to the end, and the burnt smell of the filter sponge was very pungent. Su Lu used his tongue to wet his lower lip, and only then did the dry stick of the cigarette fall off the dry skin on his lips and fall to the ground. He moved his bound feet with some difficulty and stepped on the cigarette to extinguish it. Then he took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the military prison gate of the Department of Defense that was getting closer and closer. The prison gate was brightly lit. The Federation soldiers who had already received the order frowned and looked at the prisoner being escorted out of the car. They didn't know what crime this soldier had committed to be escorted to the prison for serious criminals. Su Lu was escorted out of the military vehicle, looking at the Federation soldiers around him who were on guard. He moved slowly with great difficulty. His eyes narrowed, and through those blinding searchlights, he looked at the gradually setting moon in the night sky. He thought of Professor Shun in the cemetery under the moon and smiled happily. The capital spaceport, the two moons that were slowly moving in the night sky occupied two remote corners of the field of vision. The silver moonlight was completely suppressed by the lights in the spaceport. A streamlined spaceship quietly docked in the light, and a few middle-aged officials gathered below the spaceship. The highly respected Dean Lin of the Federal Academy of Science finally finished the warship space portal test on the moon base and returned to planet S1 accompanied by several government officials. Dean Lin walked in the front. His hair was white. 11 days of continuous low-gravity environment made the old man's body a little uncomfortable, and his face was slightly gloomy. His position in the Federation was extraordinary and noble. No matter how the president was replaced, he had already been in the position of the dean of the Federal Academy of Science for 17 years. Even if he had been in the toilet for 17 years, he could still make the toilet his own, not to mention the Federal Academy of Science. Secretary Luo, who followed behind, knew that Dean Lin's expression was not because of the trip to the moon. He silently dragged behind the team, but the corner of his eye was paying attention to the blue light of the communicator in his jacket pocket. The phone rang. Secretary Luo slowed down his footsteps and walked further away from the crowd before answering the call. Data confirmed safe. A sincere smile appeared on Secretary Luo's face. After hanging up the phone, he sped up and walked to the front of the team. When he walked to the front of the old man, he nodded imperceptibly. The officials accompanying Dean Lin found that the old man seemed to have adapted to the change in gravity. His face was much better, and they were immediately relieved. In a small room next to the top floor of the Capital Samlin United Bank building, Secretary Lu put down the phone, walked to the president's office, whispered a few words, and was ready to go home. Li Xiuzhu, who was sitting on the chair, shook his head. Although he was very satisfied with this result, he really didn't expect that the young second lieutenant named Su Lu would actually be so valiant to the point of crazily raising an axe and charging into the laboratory. Fortunately, the data was connected to the central database. Li Xiuzhu's extremely handsome face showed a trace of tiredness. When he thought about the silence of the old man from the Federal Academy of Science, his tiredness turned into a sarcastic smile. Then he called his father and informed him of this matter. Then he dialed another number. Li Xiuzhu really admired the councilman on the other end of the phone because he had never seen anyone who was more like a natural politician than that person. He was able to connect the interests of various parties through an insignificant matter. This should be a natural ability, and Li Xiuzhu admitted that he couldn't do it. Senator Medellin, congratulations! In an ordinary apartment in the capital, Senator Medellin's secretary, Helen, rushed into the bedroom with a trace of lust in her eyes. Tonight, the senator stayed in the office, so her date with him was delayed until late at night. Fortunately, Senator Medellin let her go, or else she was worried that he would leave in anger. What makes you so happy? There was a box of Noble 37 brand cigarettes on the bedside. The man slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Helen. His handsome face, lazy expression, and peach blossom eyes were really fascinating. At least, he fascinated Helen, an old virgin with an ordinary face, to death. Helen giggled and directly pounced on him. She said seductively, "If you can make me unable to sleep tonight, I will tell you." For many people, this must be a sleepless night. Chapter 191. In the wee hours of the morning, the snow-white bedding on the big bed in the apartment was very messy, and the air was filled with the faint smell of chestnut flowers. A woman in her 30s was sitting in front of the bed, looking at the mirror on the dressing table. She squinted her eyes and smeared the lipstick on her lips. Her eyes were full of laziness after lust. She was only wearing a small lace underwear. Her smooth back, enchanting curves, and full buttocks were especially alluring because of the way she was sitting. Sure, Qinghai lit a cigarette and looked at Helen's smile in the mirror. Other than him, not many people knew that the confidential secretary in Senator Macklin's office hid such a mature and seductive body under the gray formal dress. After taking off her glasses, the secretary released the lust that she had been suppressing for many years. There was a sense of infatuation in her bones. Helen's face in the mirror looked a little tired, but it was the kind of tired that was satisfied. On her dignified face, only the small wrinkles in between her eyebrows revealed her true age and her usual strict and reserved side. "Darling, I'm going to take a shower." Helen had to rush to Parliament Hill at 8:00. Her work was much busier than the average person's. After the madness last night, she only had time to sleep for 2 hours before she had to leave again. She turned her head and looked charmingly at Shi Qinghai, who was smoking at the head of the bed. She smiled, put on a bathrobe, and walked into the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, the warm water sprinkled down. Helen stood under the water, holding her face that was still a little hot. She raised her head and let the hot water wash over her naked and sensitive body. Her thoughts had already moved away from the pleasure that the man brought her to other places. Her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance, doubt, and self-comfort. She knew that she was not attractive when she was a secretary, especially when she had an ordinary face. Why did the man outside who fascinated her take a fancy to her, a woman who was already over 30 years old? As Senator Macklin's secretary, she had the needs of a normal person. She was also obsessed with the strange impact that the fancy man brought. Even so, she remained calm. She had already observed for a month, and she would continue to observe. If it was as she expected, she had no choice but to apologize to that man. Hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Shi Qinghai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes, which were full of infinite attraction, moved to the phone quietly placed on the dressing table. Shi Qinghai gently placed the half-burnt cigarette on the ashtray and quietly walked to the dressing table. He looked at the phone that reflected a metallic luster on the wooden table. He keenly noticed that there were two extremely thin strands of hair in the black keyboard area below the phone. Two extremely thin strands of black hair gently rested on the black keyboard area. If one didn't pay special attention, they definitely wouldn't notice it. Moreover, the placement of these two strands of black hair was also very particular. Shi Qinghai glanced at the closed bathroom door and smiled. He carefully moved the two strands of hair away and opened the back cover of his cell phone. Perhaps because she was in a hurry to get to Parliament Hill, Secretary Helen's shower time was much shorter than the last few times she had sex with Shi Qinghai. She wrapped her hair in a white bath towel and walked out. She smiled and said, "Dear, what do you want to eat?" There should be enough time to fry 2 pieces of bread. There was no one in the bedroom. Helen's voice stopped indifferently. She walked to the bedside with a complicated expression. She counted the cigarette butts in the ashtray and then walked to the dressing table. The two extremely thin strands of black hair still rested on the black keyboard area of the metallic phone. Helen's expression suddenly relaxed. Her right hand moved away from her wet head and lightly patted her naked chest. She was a little scared, but also a little satisfied. Fried bread is not nutritious enough. The masters of the trade office are not that easy to serve. A concerned voice came from the door. Shi Qinghai was half naked, wearing only casual shorts. He held a frying pan in his left hand. The eggs inside were being baked under the residual heat and gradually solidified. He held a wooden spatula in his right hand and a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Looking at the mesmerizing appearance of this man, coupled with the fact that she was gradually beginning to believe him, Helen spontaneously felt a sense of warmth and relaxation. Suddenly, she felt a little ashamed that she had been using the trade office secretary as a cover for her real job. She walked up and hugged Shi Qinghai's body tightly. She slowly twisted her body and said infatuatedly, "Lulu, I want to eat you in the morning." Shi Qinghai held the frying pan and the wooden spatula high, afraid that the naked body of the woman in his arms would be burned. Feeling the slide of the woman in front of his chest, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. He spat the cigarette butt on the floor and lowered his head to kiss her. The faint smoke of the number 37 brand cigarette began to swirl between the lips and tongues of this man and woman. It began to diffuse into the air and covered the true face and heart of each other. Su Lu didn't know that the shameless brother, who didn't know that he was already a father, was using the most shameless method to approach Senator Macklin step by step. He also didn't know that the fake name, Mr. Shi, who had a pair of peach blossom eyes, was actually related to him. Otherwise, he might have been very angry. At this time, he was locked up alone in a military prison. He didn't know the name of this military prison, but since it was in the Capital Special District, and the security measures were so strict. The level of this prison must not be too low. This was a single cell. The high-strength plastic ropes on his hands and feet were not removed. It seemed that after tonight, the other party was very clear about Sue Lee's ability and dared not to be the slightest bit careless. This cell was entirely made of plastic, including the bed. The light from the corridor outside the grill shone in, making this place seem particularly lonely. Sue Lu was lying on the bed, his tightly bound hands flat in front of his chest. His mind was in a mess, and his mind was clear at the same time. Every time he thought of the cold existence at the end of the black dream, his mind was a little confused. He had learned from Uncle Feng Yu since he was young, read all the books in Hushi State University, and spent so many days in the Husk Institute. He was sure that the technology level of the Federation was tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of years away from the appearance of artificial intelligence. However, the central computer under the Bureau of Proclamation seemed to have been in operation since the time of the Group of Five. The history before the catastrophe had long been lost in the long river of chaos. The computer had been in operation until now, but it hadn't been pulled apart by the gradual development of human society's technology. This was a very scary fact in itself. Although the first charter stated that the Federal Central Computer had been constantly improving and upgrading, subconsciously, Sue Lu didn't believe this. However, the ability to learn and upgrade by oneself was not artificial intelligence. He thought of the conversation in the black dream and couldn't help but frown. If the central computer didn't actively help him, then could it be that the big shots in the Bureau of Proclamation did something? Thinking of the mysterious and ancient Bureau of Proclamation, Sue Lee's chaotic mind was even more confused. He didn't like this feeling of confusion, so he began to analyze his current situation and gradually calmed down. Destroying the Federation's confidential data was definitely a serious crime. If someone accused him of being a spy, perhaps the military court would sentence him to death immediately. If he was found to be involved in Park Ji-ho's death at the entrance of Husan Mountain, the only thing he would receive in return would still be a death sentence. The sober Sue Lu didn't seem to be worried about this. He quietly looked at the shiny plastic ceiling and calculated the time in his mind. He wanted to see if the lady of the Tai family was willing to take a gamble. The data in the laboratory was related to the development of the new generation of mecha in the Federation. It was very important, and the benefits were not small, especially when it was related to the presidential election. Even if Lady Tai didn't want to stand up for a small character like herself, she still had to consider for Representative Pabre. The most important problem now was that Lady Tai needed to make a decision. After Sue Lu was arrested, it seemed that he couldn't control the data in the laboratory anymore. If she made a move now, it might be too late. The synonym for too late was often to give up. Sue Lu understood this very well. So he wanted to see if the other party was willing to bet that he still had something in his hands. Even if Lady Tai gave up on him, Sue Lu wouldn't fall into despair because Zhou Yu had already returned to the compound of the Ministry of Defense. Moreover, he still had a metal bracelet on his wrist. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh softly as he lay on the bed. Other than the structural diagram of the little blue device, the most important thing in the bracelet was those strange maps. In the past, he didn't understand why Uncle Feng Yu kept those maps like they were treasures. It wasn't until today, when he was arrested and locked up in the military prison, that he started to understand. Uncle, how many times were you arrested by the Federation in the past? And how many times did you escape prison? He praised with mixed feelings. The door of the cell was opened. 2 soldiers escorted Sue Lu along the quiet corridor and walked out. It was still early in the morning. The prisoners in the cells on both sides of the corridor had just woken up. They looked at the newcomer in confusion, wondering if he was going to be executed directly since he was taken out so early. As soon as he thought of this, the corridor fell silent. There was actually no sound of jeering or strange shouting. Su Lu sat at one end of the metal table and looked at the soldier in the distance who had lowered his head. He couldn't see the soldier's face clearly. He frowned slightly. The military prison was naturally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense. If it was deputy minister, so who sent someone here, it would make sense. However, this reaction speed was faster than he had expected. Moreover, the person who sent him surprised him a little. The soldier heard the noise and slowly raised her head, revealing an unfamiliar but beautiful face. She said in a clear voice, "My name is Su Songzi. I belong to the legal department of the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense. I have been assigned to provide legal support to 2nd Lieutenant Su Lu." This was a female civilian officer. She was very beautiful. After she raised her body from the table, it could be seen that her body was also very beautiful. Su Lu moved his body with some difficulty. He squinted his eyes and said, "Thank you." The female officer Su Songzi looked at Su Lu and suddenly said coldly, "Destroying the coarse secrets of the Federation is a serious crime. The starting sentence is 3 years. The highest sentence can be death. If you don't want to be prosecuted for espionage, I advise you to plead guilty. This way, I can try to plead with the judge in the military court." Su Lu confirmed that the other party was sent by Deputy Minister Zhou because the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense happened to be the department directly under Zhou Yingxing. But for some reason, this female legal officer named Su Songzi didn't seem to have any good intentions towards him. "I don't plead guilty." Su Songzi lowered her head. There was a trace of anger and mockery on her face. Although it was only midnight, the surveillance video and testimony provided by the Husk Institute were very complete. It seemed that the 2nd lieutenant in front of her was so stupid that he relied on his background in the Ministry of Defense. Didn't he know that even if he was Deputy Minister Zhou's son-in-law, he couldn't be completely fine under such circumstances? "I advise you to be sober." "I'm very sober. But I think that before you came, you didn't do your research properly." Su Lu looked at the female officer on the other side of the long metal table. He lowered his head and said, "You probably don't know. That laboratory is mine. I've been having diarrhea for the past few days, and it's especially serious today. I've already become Wu Lao Air. My whole body is weak, and I really can't take it anymore. The leader has bought some medicine, and I've already taken it. I should be fine, but I'm only able to write 1 chapter today." Chapter 192. Su Songzi looked at the young 2nd lieutenant at the other end of the long metal table in shock. She had graduated from the 1st Military Academy's Law Department 2 years ago and had performed very well in the Department of National Defense's Internal Affairs Department. She had never encountered a case that made her back off. However, in the middle of the night, she was woken up by a call from her immediate superior, who ordered her to immediately rush to the military prison to provide legal support for a client. Suddenly receiving such a strange order and being disturbed from her sleep naturally put her in a bad mood. When she saw the witness and material evidence provided by the Nutshell Research Institute and the Military Police Brigade, the displeasure in her heart reached its peak. A suspect officer who could get the Department of National Defense to voluntarily provide legal support in the middle of the night was undoubtedly someone with a strong background. In her eyes, this young 2nd lieutenant named Su Lu was just one of the countless playboys in the Federation. However, this playboy was especially stupid. She didn't know what ridiculous reason he had, but he actually caused a ruckus in the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute. These people really didn't know how to spell the word death. With prejudice in front of her, she naturally didn't have a good attitude towards Su Lu. However, due to her professionalism, she still seriously provided the other party with reference opinions and persuaded the other party to admit his guilt. However, she didn't expect that the suspect officer across the long table would directly reject her, and even give a reason that she didn't think of before. "The lab is yours." Su Songzi was stunned, then immediately laughed sarcastically. She quietly looked at Su Lu across the long table and said, "I didn't hear wrong, right?" After she graduated from the first military academy, she directly entered the Department of National Defense's Internal Affairs Department. Her performance was extremely outstanding, and she was deeply appreciated by her superiors. However, because of the limited research area, she didn't know who the authority of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute belonged to. She only knew that the Federation's Research Institute, which controlled a considerable amount of cutting-edge technology, belonged to the Federation and the military. However, this person actually said that the lab was his. Su Lu felt this female officer's attitude towards him. So he lowered his head and said, "You can check the agreement between the Institute and Professor Shun." From the beginning of the establishment of this lab, a cooperative model was chosen. Starting from the 54th year of the constitutional calendar, all the sponsorship was obtained by Professor Shun in his own name. From this point of view, everything in this lab, including the data that I destroyed, can only be paid by the Federation or the Shell Company according to the agreement. They have the right to use, but they don't have the right to dispose of it. Su Songzi listened to these words, and her expression gradually calmed down. She realized that she really didn't know much about the Husk Institute. The other party seemed to be very organized, and it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, he was already arrested and imprisoned, so lying to her at this time wouldn't do him any good. Before Professor Shun passed away, through a notarized will, the right to dispose of the lab was fully transferred to me. Su Lu raised his head, looked at the beautiful female officer across the long table, and said calmly, "The spare parts of the legal documents are in my apartment. You can check them at any time if no one destroys them." Su Songzi heard the confidence hidden in the young second lieutenant's calm words. She slightly frowned, lowered her head, and looked at the file on the table again. She slowly said, "In the statements of the Institute and the military police, this point was not mentioned. Of course, I will immediately verify it. But if what you said is true, then I don't understand why you destroyed the confidential data in the lab. You should know that those data are important data that has been electronically protected by the central database of the Federation." Her gaze paused on the file, and she couldn't help but shake her head lightly. What kind of officer was this? He actually carried a peace axe and barged into the Institute and smashed up a lab. These data are mine. Do I need to explain how I want to dispose of them? At this time, Su Lu naturally wouldn't tell the female officer about the Federal Academy of Science, the Iron Schemer, and the new generation of mecha from the Federation. This wouldn't do him any good in his current situation. In fact, it would only make things worse. "Thank you very much for coming to provide me with legal aid. I think I've already made myself very clear. The data is mine, and the lab is mine. Since that's the case, there is no reason for me to still be locked up in prison. I want to know, when can I get out?" Su Songzi didn't raise her head. She pushed the file in front of her away, opened the electronic legal document, and flipped through it carefully with furrowed brows for a long time. Then she raised her head and looked quietly at Su Lu. She shook her head and said, "Even if that lab used to be Professor Shun's and is now yours, you still can't get out after destroying those data." "Why?" Su Lu placed his hands, which were bound by the plastic rope, on the table. He looked at her and asked, Is there a problem with me disciplining my own child? Hearing this analogy, Su Songzi raised her head and looked quietly at Su Lu. She said, "Let's not talk about whether this analogy is appropriate or not. Even if this is your own son, you can educate him, but you can't abuse him and you can't kill him. If you do, then you will violate the Child Protection Act or become a murderer." Without waiting for Su Lu to speak, she furrowed her brows and continued to say, according to the Federation's Confidential Information Protection Act, even if this data is yours, it still has to be monitored by the Federation due to its importance. It cannot be leaked, and it cannot be arbitrarily disposed of. Your right to dispose of this data can, at most, allow you to get a lighter sentence in this case. Su Lu lowered his head, took a deep breath, and smiled somewhat helplessly. Su Songzi saw his smile and was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why he could still smile so calmly at a time like this. Did he really think that with the background of the Ministry of Defense, he could go against the laws of the Federation? She slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Not to mention, this is all what you said. I haven't seen the relevant electronic legal documents yet. But since there is new evidence, I will continue to investigate." Su Songzi stood up and began to tidy up the documents on the metal table. She lowered her head and said, "You sign a document later. In the morning, I will go directly to your apartment to get the legal document, and then I will go directly to the Military Inspection Department to apply for evidence preservation." "I don't know if the legal document in the apartment is still there," Su Lu suddenly said. Su Songzi's movements slightly paused, and a sense of displeasure rose in her heart. She thought to herself, if it's not there, then where did your previous confidence come from? Su Lu lowered his head. He didn't know if the Li family would enter his apartment to destroy Professor Shen's will. Although logically speaking, those big shots shouldn't use such a boring little trick for the sake of safety. He would rather pretend that the copy was no longer there. He raised his head and said, "The original legal document is in the hands of a friend of mine. You can go directly to her and ask for it." "Friend, where does she live?" "Department of National Defense, Shishan Compound, number 3. Her surname is Zhou." Su Songzi heard this address and was slightly stunned. She immediately took a deep breath and immediately understood why her immediate superior would call her in the middle of the night and send her to the prison. It turned out that the backer of this young second lieutenant was her immediate superior's immediate superior. Got it. She looked at Su Lu thoughtfully and then prepared to leave. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the reception room. "Inspector Xiao, this way, please." An inspector about 30 years old, accompanied by the military prison chief, walked into the reception room. This inspector with the surname Xiao had black hair and looked very capable. When he found that Su Songzi was also in the room, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He smiled and asked, "Songzi, why are you here?" "Brother Wenjing?" Su Songzi was also a little surprised. She glanced at Su Lu from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know what this young second lieutenant had done to alarm the powerful people of the Capital District Prosecutor's Office. "This is Second Lieutenant Su Lu. I was ordered to take him away to assist in the investigation of a case." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Songzi, Inspector Xiao went straight to the point. Su Songzi's eyebrows furrowed. She knew the current status of this senior from the law department in the district prosecutor's office. Why had he come here? The strangest thing was that her client, Su Lu, was an active soldier. He should have gone through the federal military's internal legal procedures. Why was the district prosecutor's office interfering? "No, this is my client." For some reason, Su Songzi felt a little strange. Without waiting for Su Lu to stand up, she directly rejected this request. Inspector Xiao smiled and took out a document from the briefcase in his hand and put it on the table. Su Songzi picked up the document and looked at it. Her face became serious. She looked at the military prison chief and said, "According to the sequence, Su Lu is a military suspect. He must stay in the military prison." Immediately after, she turned to Inspector Xiao and asked in a low voice, "What is going on?" "I am now his legal support lawyer. You should know the sequence of the case very well. He is now involved in the serious crime of destroying the Federation's confidential information. At least wait until the case in my hands is over before you can take over." Su Songzi was very familiar with Xiao Wenjing, so she didn't think too much about what she said. She stared into his eyes and asked in confusion, "Even if he has other cases, it should be the police headquarters who investigate first. Why did the district prosecutor's office interfere in advance?" Inspector Xiao shrugged and glanced at Su Lu, who was silently lowering his head at the table. He moved closer to Su Songzi's ear and said, "The sequence of the case and the early interference are actually all for the same reason. This officer committed a serious crime. You should know very well that the sequence of the case is often divided according to the severity of the crime. When the district prosecutor's office encounters this kind of vicious case, they will also interfere in advance." Su Songzi frowned. What kind of serious crime could be more serious than destroying the Federation's confidential data, or a vicious case that required the district prosecutor's office to interfere in advance? Murder. There was a trace of indifference in Inspector Zhao's eyes. He looked at Su Lu at the table in the distance and said, "Second Lieutenant Su Lu is suspected of murdering an active duty officer, Park Ji-ho, on the side of the road on Hushan Road last night. According to the Federation's temporary regulations on handling cases involving military personnel, this case is under our jurisdiction." Chapter 193. It was late spring in the suburbs of the capital. Flowers, trees, and leaves shaded the morning sun. It was extremely peaceful. A police car silently moved forward in this beautiful environment. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the scenery of the capital through the observation window. His expression was calm, but no one knew what he was thinking. His hands and feet were still tightly bound. From a suspect of destroying confidential data of the Federation to a suspect of felony murder, the guard duty had been changed from military police to fully armed police, but the security did not decrease in the slightest. He knew very well that regarding the investigation of these two cases, the Federation's relevant government departments were extraordinarily efficient. It was only midnight, but they had actually provided sufficient evidence. And at this time, he was transferred from the military prison to the district prosecutor's office. Naturally, it was the Li family's operation. With the hidden power of the 7 major Federation families, it was not difficult to influence the speed of the Federation's judicial department. The other side should have known beforehand that he had a strange relationship with Deputy Minister Zhou Yingxing, but they had been unable to confirm it. When they knew that the female officer of the Ministry of National Defense had entered the prison that night, they immediately threw out the second plan, which was to transfer Su Lu to the district prosecutor's office. The Deputy Minister of National Defense might be able to influence everything in the military prison, but his influence on the Federation's judicial department was not that strong, at least compared to the Li family. "Do you have anything to say?" Su Songzi sat beside Su Lu and narrowed her eyes at the person she was dealing with. She was somewhat surprised by the other party's calmness. Logically speaking, she was dealing with the case of Su Lu destroying confidential data of the Federation. As for the case of the murder of active duty military officer Park Ji-ho, under the circumstances that there was no follow-up order from the higher-ups, she could completely ignore it and not follow Su Lu to the district prosecutor's office. But for some reason, Su Songzi felt that this matter was a bit strange. Why would this young second lieutenant, who clearly had Deputy Minister Zhou as his backer, suddenly lose his mind? First, he cold-bloodedly killed people on Hushan Road, then crazily broke into the research institute and smashed it. There was obviously something behind this matter, but unfortunately, Su Lu was not willing to reveal anything to her. "Thank you." After Su Lu said these two words, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew very well that what awaited him in the district prosecutor's office would definitely be a torrential storm from the Federation's judicial system. The female officer beside him might be an outstanding judicial talent, but she wouldn't be of any use in this matter. Deputy Minister Zhou had already made his move, although it was not a strong move, and it was even possible that Zhou Yu had used her father's name to secretly help. It was still a small warning to that side. Su Lu was only thinking about whether the Tai family would make a move after he entered the district procurator general's office. He was waiting. He even vaguely guessed that the reason why the Maestro family was putting so much pressure on him was probably because they were waiting to see the true relationship between him and the Tai family. They wanted to see if the madam would actually care about him. A photo that had been enlarged to 12 inches was gently placed on the table, right in front of Su Li's eyes. The photo was a close-up shot. The throat that had been cut open by a blade looked extremely bloody and terrifying, especially the white trachea that could be faintly seen inside. The blood that had already coagulated flowed down the corpse's cheeks, wetting a large patch of blonde hair. When mixed together, it was as black as ink. Su Lu quietly looked at the large photo in front of him. His expression did not change at all, but the corners of his eyes twitched. Inspector Xiao Wenjing had been silently observing his expression from the side. He walked up coldly and placed 7 or 8 photos in front of Su Lu. He did not ask a single question. He only used the photos that had been enlarged to the extreme to show the horrible state of the corpse and the wounds, as well as the silence in the interrogation room, to pressure Su Lu. "Do you know the victim?" "Yes, Park Ji-ho. We participated in the Shell Motor Company's spring recruitment exam together." If it was said that when Su Lu killed Park Ji-ho last night, there was still a trace of sadness and frustration in his heart. But now, when he looked at these enlarged photos, he was able to maintain absolute calmness. Other than the slight twitch in the corner of his eyes at the beginning, his expression was as calm as usual. But it was this calmness that exposed the problem. Xiao Wenjing coldly looked at his face. He knew that his judgment was not wrong. This young second lieutenant in front of him was definitely the murderer. It was just that he could not determine his motive at the moment. "Last night at 9:40, where were you?" An assistant inspector from the district prosecutor's office asked in a mechanical voice. With a click, Xiao Wenjing lit a cigarette. "I can't remember the exact time, but I should have been on the way back to the apartment. You didn't work at the research institute yesterday afternoon. Why did you come back so late?" "My girlfriend is pregnant. We had a pregnancy checkup last night." "Girlfriend? Name?" "Zhou Yu." Su Songzi, who had been listening in the interrogation room, maintained her silence. At this time, when she heard the name of Su Li's girlfriend, she could not help but frown. Only now did she know that this young second lieutenant was actually the future son-in-law of Deputy Minister Zhou. She could not help but think of the recent news that the minister's daughter was pregnant before marriage. "Did you pass by Hushan Road?" "I forgot." "Forgot?" "There was a fight at the entrance of Hushan Road, and we've already invited the people involved. They've already confirmed that you participated in that fight and injured 8 people. How could you forget such a big thing? It doesn't matter if you forgot. The testimony of the witnesses and the surveillance video at the entrance will definitely help you remember. Su Lu slowly raised his head. The tiredness of the night made him slightly anxious at this time. In an extremely unusual way, he retorted with a harsh sentence. "I never remember the time when I was chased by a dog." The second district prosecutor's office in the capital was extremely efficient. They had completely grasped Su Li's whereabouts in the first half of the night yesterday. They had also obtained the testimony of the young masters of the Federation. The most important thing was that these people testified that after Su Lu killed 8 of their people, he took a knife and directly rushed to the mountain at Hushan Road. 4 hours later, the body of the active military officer, Park Ji-ho, was found on the cliff. The conclusion from the forensics department is out. According to the testimony of the witnesses, the knife model was just right to cause the fatal wound on the neck of the deceased. Su Lu lowered his head. He did not expect that the young masters and bodyguards that he had beaten up would provide such crucial testimony. After all, he was not a professional killer, nor was he a professional criminal. At that time, he really did not care about these things. However, the knife had long been thrown into the stream in the Ivy Garden. Presumably, the 7th young master of the Lee family did not have the intention to betray him. It should be noted that Park Ji-ho's body was found a few hours later. A lot of the real-time evidence was eliminated, all thanks to the delay of the 7th young master of the Lee family. You took a knife, rushed to the cliff, and cold-bloodedly and cruelly killed a young and outstanding Federation officer. The assistant prosecutor saw that Su Lu had sunk into silence, so he continued unhurriedly, "The chain of evidence is already very complete. I advise you to plead guilty in time. We will plead for you to the judge." Su Lu was still silent. However, when he heard the words "plead guilty," he subconsciously glanced at the female officer, Su Songzi, who was sitting quietly not far away, and smiled. Prosecutor Xiao shook his head slightly. He knew that before there was actual evidence, this cold-blooded second lieutenant would not speak. He signaled to the assistant prosecutor, patted Su Li's shoulder, and led him out of the interrogation room. Su Songzi also stood up. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement by the district prosecutor's office, but the two groups of people who should not have met each other ran into each other. Su Lu, whose hands and feet were tied, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other and crying by the corridor. There was also a middle-aged man who was desperately smoking by the side. His movements subconsciously slowed down. The crying mother had blonde hair, and the middle-aged man looked a lot like Park Ji-ho. From his clothes, he should be from an extraordinary family. "You are the killer?" The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. He could not understand how his only son had died just like that. He glared at Su Lu fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The mother and daughter hugging each other and crying were Park Ji-ho's mother and younger sister. The mother, who had just experienced the pain of losing her son, lunged at Su Lu like an injured female beast. Her fingers desperately dug at his face, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The sharp fingernails were only an inch away from Su Li's eyes. The district prosecutor's office desperately tried to stop the angry family members of the victims, and it took a lot of effort to calm the chaos in the corridor. Park Ji-ho's younger sister was about 13 or 14 years old. She stared at Su Li's face with an extremely cold and angry gaze and spat on his face. "You'd better stay in prison forever." Park Ji-ho's father hugged his wife, looked at Su Lu, who was lowering his head and wiping his saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "Or I will definitely kill you," making such a personal threat in front of the prosecutors. But the prosecutors did not have the slightest intention of stopping them. They just coldly pushed Su Lu away. Outside the iron gate of the temporary detention center, Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing looked at Su Lu and said, "If I were you, I would plead guilty earlier. Otherwise, there will be a lot of hard days ahead. You don't have direct evidence. You don't have witnesses. You don't have a knife. You don't have anything. Su Songzi followed behind Prosecutor Xiao and said quickly, "Use your own professional qualities to judge whether he is the murderer or not." Prosecutor Xiao suddenly turned around, stared at Su Songzi, and said quickly and angrily in a low voice, "If he is not the murderer, I will cut off my head and give it to you." What is the motive? And the most important thing is that we are professionals. We have to believe, and can only believe, the evidence. Xiao Wenjing threw the finished cigarette at his feet. He had not slept in the middle of the night, and his eyes were a little sunken. He said with a hint of sarcasm, "I will find the evidence, but I didn't expect that the researchers of the Husk Institute would be so cold-blooded." Su Songzi was silent. She knew that the enlarged bloody photos and the encounter with the family members of the victims in the corridor were all psychological attacks that Prosecutor Xiao was good at. But looking at Su Li's calm expression, it seemed that he was not affected at all. It might be reasonable to say that the young second lieutenant was cold-blooded. The girlfriend he mentioned earlier is the daughter of our deputy minister, Zhou. I know, but I don't care about that. Prosecutor Xiao stamped out the cigarette by his feet. Su Songzi looked at his expression and suddenly had an ominous thought. She looked at him and said, "What are you going to do?" "As a judicial officer, I will not do things like extorting confessions by torture." "Don't worry." Xiao Wenjing turned around and walked towards the interrogation room. He said gloomily, but he should feel what he should feel. Chapter 194. Su Songzi stayed in Xiao Wenjing's office. Previously, she had listened in on the interrogation room, which was actually a bit against protocol. However, she still had another case on Su Lu, and her relationship with Xiao Wenjing had always been good, so the district prosecutor's office didn't make things difficult for her. Next to the office was the hall of the district prosecutor's office's second section. The staff were busy with the case at hand, but the sudden sound of excitement still made many people raise their heads. Su Songzi looked over curiously through the glass. She didn't know what evidence these inspectors had found. "Inspector Xiao, the car has been found." A middle-aged official in his 40s looked at Xiao Wenjing and said happily, "It's in the night parking lot at the side of the courtyard. I didn't expect that kid to have no intention of destroying the evidence at all." The murder on Hushan Road involved 2 active officers in the Shell Motor Company. The matter was very troublesome. Under pressure from certain parties, the district prosecutor's office intercepted the case as quickly as possible. The most important thing at the moment was, of course, to collect evidence of Su Li's involvement in the case. The black car that was testified by witnesses to have stopped on Hushan Road was naturally the most important thing. Xiao Wenjing's spirits were lifted. She took out a box of biscuits and chewed on 2 pieces. She quickly asked, "Has it been sent to the forensics department?" He paused for a moment and said, "Directly scan it with fluorescent light. Even if the car was washed, there should still be blood stains on it. Also, tell the guys in charge of organizing the cleanup to be more careful." The car was found half an hour ago. It went straight to the forensics department. Xiao Wenjing drank a mouthful of tea and smiled. She thought that as long as the evidence was found on the black car, the young second lieutenant with a background would never be able to escape. However, the development of the facts was always the opposite of what the investigators thought. After 10 minutes, the excited middle-aged staff member from before pushed open the glass door with a sullen face. He walked to Xiao Wenjing's desk and lowered his voice. He said in a strange tone, "No evidence was found." Xiao Wenjing moved her gaze away from the files on the table and slowly stood up. She stared at the subordinate in front of her indicating that she didn't understand what he said at all. Even if they couldn't find the knife in a car that had been left behind by the suspect in the parking lot, there should be some traces of the victim's blood left behind. With the current technology of the Federation, they could find even the tiniest trace of blood. The other party did a very professional job and carried out a thorough cleaning. You can even say that this black car is now a new car that just left the factory. The middle-aged official lowered his head and said dejectedly. Xiao Wenjing noticed the words professional and couldn't help but sink into silence. The higher-ups were putting a lot of pressure on the district attorney's office. They were determined to turn Second Lieutenant Su Li's case into an ironclad one. With his good relationship with the higher-ups, he even knew where the pressure came from. However, he didn't have any conflicting emotions. This was because during the previous interrogation, he had confirmed that Su Lu was the murderer, who was helping Su Lu destroy the evidence. To be able to clean a car with a complicated structure in such a short period of time without leaving a trace, why didn't such a powerful force directly destroy the car? Xiao Wenjing's brows furrowed, like a distorted Chinese character. He took a deep breath and waved his hand to have his subordinate leave the office. He lowered his head again to look at the files on the table. There were no traces of the victim's blood on the suspect Su Li's body. It was said that before entering the military prison last night, he had changed his clothes. And before he was locked up, he even used the military's powerful cleansing powder to carry out a thorough cleansing. Originally, he was just a little regretful that the military prison's cleansing had destroyed the direct evidence that the district attorney's office might have gotten from Su Lu. Now that he thought about the black car that could no longer be used as evidence, he couldn't help but think, could it be that from the beginning, there was another group of people in the government secretly helping this suspect get off the hook? Could it be the Ministry of National Defense's Deputy Minister Zhou? Xiao Wenjing looked at the pictures of the crime scene on the table. Suddenly, he angrily slammed the table. The teacup shook and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The sound alarmed the staff outside the office. They all looked over with concern. They didn't know why their boss was so angry. The detention center behind the district attorney's office was filled with serious criminals. These criminals had already been interrogated by the police and sent to the district attorney's office to await trial. Some of them were sent back by the court for additional investigation. The lights in the detention center were bright, and the surveillance facilities were complete. Also, it was deep behind the district attorney's office. There had never been a prison break. The defense work was basically handed over to the electronic surveillance network, so there weren't many people. There were no beds in the room, only 2 rows of benches connected to the high-strength plastic wall. Su Lu sat on one of the benches and calculated the time. Then he turned his head and used his finger to write something on the wall. However, he couldn't leave a mark, so the other prisoners in the same room couldn't see it. The data is already in my hands. Next, I need to wait for the Tai family's response. Then, I need to enter the engineering department and create the new generation mecha. At the same time, I need to finish modifying the simulation system that I want to use. Then, I need to find a way to implant my own control program into the prototype mecha in the warehouse. Senator Macklin is already in cahoots with the Iron Calculator family. His campaign funds are abundant. If Dean Lin from the Federal Academy of Science continues to support him, then Pabre's side will be in trouble. If I can make the Federal Academy of Science lose face during the research on the new mecha, then their alliance will be much weaker. I think that Dean Lin won't have the face to stand on the political stage again. After the assassination, the Tai family wasn't willing to deal with Senator Macklin directly. That was because there was no evidence. Moreover, The rules of the game between the upper echelons of the Federation are like this. If Senator Ross and Senator Macklin really become the president, then the most I can do is get my hands on a mecha. What use can it be? Su Lu silently wrote on the wall. Ever since that firework display, he had cried in the cafe of the 1st Military Region's living area. The smile on the young man's plain face had decreased a lot, and he had become much quieter. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Tai Ziyuan didn't know. Shi Qinghai didn't know. Zhou didn't know. That mysterious and omnipresent Tai family also didn't know. Only he himself knew. He had been waiting for a certain moment. If the laws of the Federation didn't satisfy him, then he would become the law himself. This was an arrogant and wrong idea, but Su Lu persisted. The arrest of the young second lieutenant of the Husk Institute didn't attract much attention at this time. No one knew that at this time. He was repeating the plan that he had been repeating for half a year. That plan that seemed a little whimsical. The district prosecutor's office questioned him 3 times. Other than the first time, when Su Lu said something, he remained silent for the rest of the time. He watched as the minutes and seconds passed. It was already late at night. He seemed calm, but in reality, he was beginning to have a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that even with the wisdom of the madam of the Tai family, she couldn't understand what kind of impact the Federal Academy of Science would have on the voters if they were biased in the election? Or could it be that the political power represented by the Tai family had determined that the Academy of Science had already obtained the data and didn't believe that they still had the capital? Right at this time, the lights in the corridor suddenly dimmed. The night sky outside the window mixed with the faint moonlight and sprinkled into the cell. The atmosphere in the cell that had been silent all day suddenly became strange. There were 6 people in this cell. Other than Su Lu, who had been silently pondering, there was another person who had also been silent. That person was still silent. Other than him and Su Lu, the other 4 people stood up and walked towards Su Lu, who was in the corner. The person in the lead had a fierce face. He was about 185 meters tall. His arms were hanging by his side like they were cast from iron, swinging nonstop. That person lit a cigarette and looked at Su Lu with a gloomy and cold gaze. A buzzing sound was heard. The 3 surveillance cameras around the cell suddenly turned off. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the surveillance camera. He seemed to have understood something. Although he had never been in prison before, he was still an orphan. He didn't know how many times he had heard from Li Wei about the black prison. That big guy laughed silently and smashed his fist towards Su Li's head. The other people around him also pounced at the same time. It seemed like they wanted to beat Su Lu to death. Su Lu stood up. His feet moved quickly within the small space on the ground. He struck the armpit, elbows, knees. His movements were extremely fast and clean. He fiercely kicked the lower abdomen of the person beside him. That person groaned and was kicked 3 meters away. He fell heavily onto the plastic wall. Before he could fall to the ground, he vomited blood and fainted. He turned around and blocked the big guy's arm. He raised his arm and elbowed the guy's sternum. The big guy was like an iron tower that lost its balance. With a crack, he collapsed under his feet. In less than 3 seconds, all the people surrounding him fell to the ground. The big guy's sternum seemed to be broken. He kept breathing heavily, and blood seeped out of his mouth. The people on the ground looked at Su Lu as if they were looking at a monster. They couldn't even get up, let alone attack again. Su Lu took out a cigarette and lighter from the big guy's body. He sat back on the bench and silently lit one for himself. After thinking for a while, He took out a cigarette and threw it at the guy who had been silent the whole time. Between the two of them, the 4 prisoners were still tossing and turning in pain. They desperately wanted to get as far away as possible from the terrifying Guy Sulu. The big guy painfully held onto the edge of the bench next to Sulu. He wanted to crawl further away, but the pain in his chest made him lack the strength. He could only resign himself to his fate and lean against Su Li's side. He took deep breaths. I didn't know that the Federation's laws allowed the prosecutors to use such despicable methods. The guy who had been silent the whole time took Su Li's cigarette and put it next to him. He forced a smile and said, "I don't understand what you mean." At this moment, the lights in the corridor lit up. The surveillance camera started to work again. The door of the cell opened. The guy looked at Sulu cautiously and left the cell under the protection of a guard. Sulu didn't move. He sat alone on the bench and smoked the cigarette. His 2 fingers that were holding the cigarette were slightly trembling. If the situation didn't change by tomorrow morning, it meant that the Thai family, who could change everything, didn't want to directly go against the Lee family and the Federal Academy of Science for something that they didn't need. Then he had to think of a way himself. He lit another cigarette, lowered his body, and put it in the big guy's mouth. Chapter 195. Inspector Shao, your method is useless. That guy doesn't look like a civilian soldier at all. He took down 3 in one move. The guy who had been silent in the cell was a staff member of the District Procurator General's office. He stood in front of Xiao Wenjing and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is illegal. What if someone finds out?" "I've never asked you to do this before." Xiao Wenjing rubbed his throbbing temples and turned his head to look at the capital's night view outside the window. "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you." Xiao Wenjing had never used such a despicable and shameless method before. The capital planet's media was well developed, and the people were vigilant. The people in the judicial system had always done things appropriately and properly. However, Xiao Wenjing was under too much pressure from above today. Plus, he knew that Sulu was the murderer, but he couldn't find any direct evidence at the moment, so he had to use the old method from decades ago. Despicable methods were often the most useful methods. Unfortunately, this method didn't seem to have any effect in front of that young second lieutenant called Sulu. I shouldn't have untied the plastic ropes on his hands and feet in the first place. Xiao Wenjing's eyes turned cold. As an excellent inspector, he had seen all the crimes in the Federation. He wasn't someone who got angry easily, but for some reason, he got angry easily when facing that young second lieutenant called Sulu. He didn't know where this anger came from. Maybe it was because he knew that the other party was the murderer but couldn't find any evidence. No, Xiao Wenjing often encountered this kind of thing. He should be angry because of that young second lieutenant's cold-bloodedness. No, cold-blooded psychopathic murderers weren't rare in the Federation. What exactly am I angry about? Xiao Wenjing was shocked and fell into silence. She gradually understood. What made him angry was that it was obviously a simple case, but because of the pressure from his superiors, he had to use some illegal and despicable means. This situation made him feel angry. He took a sip of the strong tea and felt the bitterness on his tongue. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since they are making trouble in the cell, then tie up the hands and feet of the suspect." Today, for the sake of the murder suspect, he had already cooperated with Xiao Wenjing to do something illegal, but he didn't expect that his boss would still insist on it. If this matter was known by his superiors or the reporters, not only would the reputation of the district prosecutor's office be ruined, but the involved Inspector Xiao and himself would never be able to stand out again. He subconsciously wanted to disobey this order because it was illegal. As an inspector, he had enough reason to refuse and could even report it to his superiors. However, because of his trust in Inspector Xiao Wenjing and his close cooperation with the second section, his reaction was a bit slower. At this moment, an inspector pushed open the door and came in with news that dispelled his worries. It was the middle-aged inspector who was in charge of the black car identification during the day. He looked at Xiao Wenjing with a strange expression and said, "Inspector Xiao, the case on Hushan Road, someone has turned himself in." When Xiao Wenjing heard this, his hands pressed weakly on the table. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that the forces trying to protect the real murder had begun to counterattack. However, he didn't expect that the other party's counterattack would be so despicable and despicable. Using a scapegoat was a boring method that could only be seen in mafia movies. Did the other party think that this would make the district prosecutor's office give up on the investigation of the vicious murder case on Hushan Road? However, Great Inspector Xiao had forgotten that he had previously used despicable methods that could only be seen in mafia movies. The entire Federation's judicial system was already somewhat unfamiliar with such despicable methods. Moreover, he should also be clear that such despicable methods were often the most powerful. He supported himself on the table and tried to control his anger, but he found it more and more difficult to control it. He even felt that slamming the table heavily was not enough to express the emotions in his heart. Throwing a teacup? One had already been thrown during the day, and now there was only one left in the office. The person who came to turn himself in was a hooligan from the slums of Wangdu. Looking through the glass window at the hooligan's indifferent expression, Xiao Wenjing knew that this scapegoat was the kind of scapegoat she was most afraid of. This kind of scapegoat didn't care about anything as long as they got money. Going to jail was the same as going home. Nowadays, there weren't many death sentences in the Federation, but there were quite a few hundreds of years in prison. Although the case involved the murder of an active Federation officer, from the mouth of the hooligan, a ridiculous accidental conflict and manslaughter story was made extremely smooth and flawless. Someone must have taught him this. Xiao Wenjing silently looked at the image in the interrogation room through the monitor. She watched as her subordinates used all kinds of methods to intimidate, but to no avail. If she investigated from behind this hooligan, even if she investigated more than 70 levels, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find the real mastermind. How did the other party pick up the knife? And where the bloody clothes of the real culprit? It was obviously the supplies distributed by the federal military. How did it end up with the hooligan? She found an excellent reason. Of course, there were many loopholes in the entire case, but other than admitting to manslaughter and handing over the bloody clothes, the hooligan kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. The most serious situation was that since the power behind the real culprit had already made a move, the pressure that should come would naturally come. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as just one person. This was where Xiao Wenjing's worry lay. As expected, he immediately received a call from his superior. In a subtle tone, he was asked to quickly close the murder case at Hushan Road, comfort the victim's family as soon as possible, and give an explanation to the Nutshell Mobile Company. There are loopholes in this case, and there are suspicious points. I have to continue investigating. Xiao Wenjing was unusually stubborn. You can investigate, but shouldn't you release the second lieutenant? If you can find any other evidence in the future, just bring him back. The dignified voice on the other end of the phone said coldly. Xiao Wenjing slowly hung up the phone, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Previously, when she received the call from her direct superior, she was also under pressure. However, that pressure was from arresting Su Lu and speeding up the investigation. The pressure now was from a completely different direction. Comfort the victim's family? T. On the morning of the third day after the murder case at Hushan Road, Sue Lu walked out of the district prosecutor's office accompanied by the female officer, Su Songzi. Looking at the fresh sunlight, he didn't feel much joy in his heart, only calmness. The Tai family's action was slightly slower than he had expected, but he didn't expect the Tai family to act so quickly and accurately. They helped him eliminate all the evidence of his crime and personally sent a scapegoat to the district prosecutor's office. Just thinking about that scapegoat made Sulu unable to feel happy. As one of the 7 great families of the Federation, these things naturally didn't need to be done by them personally. Everyone had their own realms, and the competition and killing of those lower powers were very far away from them. They only needed to express their attitude, and naturally someone would do it. The sunlight was a bit blinding, and a cold and angry voice suddenly sounded beside Su Lu. "Can you sleep peacefully at night?" Su Lu turned his head and looked at Inspector Xiao Wenjing beside the stone pillar outside the district prosecutor's office. Looking at her haggard expression, he was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, "In the entire Federation, no one sleeps more peacefully than me." Xiao Wenjing was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect this person to still be able to act so righteously and with a clear conscience at this moment. She said, mockingly, "Including after killing someone? Those who want to kill will naturally be killed," Su Lu said. Inspector Xiao Wenjing seemed to have caught some information. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Unfortunately, you won't tell the truth, because I still have a lot of things to do." Sulu looked at her and suddenly asked, "Do you think you stand on the side of justice?" "I stand on the side of the law." Then from the very beginning, the district prosecutor's office shouldn't have gotten involved in the Hushan Road case at all. Sulu looked at her and said, "Since you couldn't resist this kind of pressure from the very beginning, then you should know very well that what you want is only performance and promotion. It has nothing to do with justice or the law. I'm very sorry to say what's on your mind." Su Lu turned around and walked towards the black car at the bottom of the stone steps. Behind him, Inspector Xiao Wenjing fell into deep thought after hearing these words. "I don't know the details of this murder case, but I think, no matter what, you can't be considered on the side of justice." Su Songzi, who had been silently following him, suddenly spoke when he saw Xiao Wenjing's somewhat lonely expression, and then glanced at Su Li's calm face. "I know you think I'm the murderer." Su Li's hand touched the handle of the black car. Without turning around, he said, "I used to respect the law as well, but later I discovered through the facts that the Federation's laws are ineffective against certain people, so my respect for the law also faded. I also gradually understood that there is no reason to speak of in this universe. Since that's the case, I can only insist on what I think is right. It has nothing to do with justice." Su Songzi silently looked at his side profile. She clearly knew that he had brutally killed an active Federation officer the night before yesterday, but for some reason, she couldn't link this person to a cold-blooded criminal. She would rather believe that there was more to this matter, but unfortunately, Su Lu was unwilling to say. "Oh, right, the crime of destroying the core secrets of the Federation. Because you have the rights to the laboratory data, additional investigations are being carried out. You will temporarily be placed under residential surveillance and won't be forcibly detained." Su Songzi laughed self-deprecatingly. She thought about how the Federation's laws that she had studied for so many years were actually so weak in front of these invisible existences. She said lightly, "Congratulations if there are no accidents. You shouldn't be sent to the military court again." Su Lu softly said thank you to her, then sat in the back seat of the black car. The black car drove away from the busy entrance of the district prosecutor's office. Su Songzi hugged the case file in her arms and quietly watched the black car disappear around the corner. She silently thought to herself, what exactly does this young officer have to attract the attention of so many powers in the Federation government? This definitely isn't just related to deputy ministers, though. After leaving the district prosecutor's office, Sue Lu knew that the Tai family had started to make their move. Since the murder case could be reduced to nothing, then, naturally, the problem in the nutshell laboratory could also be suppressed. He didn't know how they did it, but he was thinking about what they wanted him to do next. Madam is waiting for you. A middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat of the black car. Sue Lu silently looked at his back. For some reason, he thought of Butler Jean. Chapter 196. Not many people in the Federation paid attention to the Hushan Road case because the media did not report on it extensively. Even the independent media of the George faction that was most willing to expose the dark secrets of the Federation was silent on this matter. Logically speaking, under the tens of thousands of years of the First Charter, the rate of criminal cases in the Federation was not high, especially such vicious cases. Moreover, the suspect and the victim were both young officers from the Federation Shell Motor Company. There were too many articles that could be written about this case by the reporters. However, whether it was because the case had happened too recently or the reporters had too little information, or because the district attorney's office had kept a tight lid on the case, the news did not spread widely. Now that a reckless hooligan had confessed, the young second lieutenant involved in the case had left in a relaxed manner, and the Hushan Road case would naturally be gradually forgotten. Similar to this case, many people knew that the Shell Motor Company Research Institute laboratory had been smashed by someone with an axe. For the Federation, the data that could affect the development of the new generation of mecha was obviously much more important than an officer who had just entered the federal military. However, this matter involved the secrets of the Federation, and no news media would touch this red line. Yesterday morning, the laboratory that had been smashed to pieces by Sue Lu had been completely sealed by the military police. Immediately after, the core data inside had all been transferred. It was not difficult for the Federal Academy of Science to obtain access to the central database. On the surface, the data was still quietly stored in a remote room in the Husk Institute, but Sue Lu and many people involved in this matter knew very well that the people in the Federal Academy of Science had already obtained the data. Unfortunately, no one had evidence to prove the actions of the Federal Academy of Science, just like how the district attorney's office had no evidence to prove that Sue Lu had committed murder, or like how Dean Lin of the Federal Academy of Science had plagiarized Professor Shin's research results many years ago. The Free and Fair Federation was indeed just a slogan. Outside the high-amplitude particle laboratory of the Federal Academy of Science and Technology, Secretary Luo was on the phone with someone. He maintained a smile on his face as he responded to the other person's thanks, but his eyes were looking inside the laboratory. After the call ended, Secretary Luo did not rush into the laboratory to report this important call. Instead, he stood quietly by the door and looked at the nervous professors and researchers in the laboratory. The high-amplitude particle laboratory of the Department of Technology was a large-scale laboratory that Dean Lin had applied for a large amount of funds from the Federation Management Committee to build. The department head of this laboratory, and the researchers were all very outstanding and capable. Through the filtered glass, Secretary Luo looked at the crowd in Laboratory Area 3. In the middle of the crowd, Dean Lin was sternly scolding something. He knew that the data from the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute had now been quietly transferred here. With the Federal Academy of Science's powerful research and development abilities, it would not take long before the key problems of the Federation's new generation of mecha would be solved. The Federal Academy of Science and Dean Lin, who was in charge of this research, would once again receive the praise and respect of all Federation citizens. As for Professor Shen and that young assistant researcher who had actually created these things, one was already dead, and the other was already marginalized. As long as the final results were out, who would remember the process? Moreover, the other side had already promised that they would definitely not let the young second lieutenant speak carelessly. Secretary Luo frowned slightly, but he did not understand. The other side clearly knew that once the research of the Federal Academy of Science was successful, Dean Lin would personally come to support the election of Governor Ross and Senator Medellin. Why did the other side not seem to care? The noise in the laboratory had come to an end. The leader of the Federation's academic community, Dean Lin, walked out with a serious expression. Secretary Luo followed behind him and said in a low voice, Secretary Shen called to express his gratitude. Secretary Shen? Wasn't the previous secretary by Madam's side, surnamed Jean? Asked Dean Lin with a frown. The new young secretary. Apparently, Madam likes him very much. On the top floor of the Samlin United Bank headquarters building in the capital, Secretary Liu quietly walked to Li Xiuju's side and said softly, Su Lu has been released. Secretary Shen just called to express his gratitude. Li Xiuju quietly looked at the street outside the glass and did not speak for a long time. He did not mind sending that young second lieutenant named Su Lu to prison for life, even if that young man seemed to have a strange relationship with Deputy Minister So of the Ministry of National Defense. However, he had no choice but to let go today. This situation made him feel bad. He could look down on that mysterious young master of the Tai family, but he had to respect the madam of the Tai family. Even if the pride in his bones made him unwilling to let go after receiving the call from Secretary Shen, his father's call from afar extinguished all his courage to challenge the other side. The Crown Prince's friend, Li Xiuju, laughed. His handsome face was slightly cold. Even Secretary Shen acknowledged this relationship. I have to give this face. It seems that I still underestimated that guy named Su Lu. Macho Mountain was the most secluded mountain forest in the suburbs of the capital. This area of green hills and tranquil gardens was originally the garden of the royal family. During the Third Constitutional Era, it was designated as a national park by the Federation government. District S1 had a large population, so the area of the wildlife reserve that the Federation used electronic walls to encircle was much smaller. However, it still took up half of Macho Mountain. After a few areas were cut, there were not many empty and quiet places. The tourists that came to this mountain only paid attention to the beauty of the mountains and rivers. They had long forgotten the faint royal atmosphere of this mountain park. In the deepest part of Macho Mountain, there was a large area of forest surrounded by fences hidden in the grass and cliffs. The tourists could not see the scenery inside. They only thought that it was an obstacle to prevent the dangers of the mountain road. They did not know that there were thousands of acres of forest inside that belonged to an ancient and mysterious family name in the Federation. The black car steadily followed the mountain road to the end. An inconspicuous iron gate blocked the front. After passing through the iron gate, one could faintly see the depths of the mountain. At the end of the flowing water, there seemed to be a few small buildings that were built in picturesque disorder. It was indescribably beautiful. Su Lu pushed open the car door and stood in front of the iron gate. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the small buildings in the distance. Macho Mountain was very close to the capital. This manor hidden in the mountain had such a large area. In addition, he had read a lot of books. After learning about Tai Ziyuan's background, he had crammed in the history of the Federation. He knew that this mountain was originally a royal garden, With the Tai family's status and history in the Federation, it was natural for them to live in this mountain. The iron door slowly opened, and a man in his 30s wearing a dark suit in the late spring came out to greet them with a smile. This person first nodded at Sulu and then said a few words to the driver in the black car. Sulu was slightly surprised. He knew the man in front of him, but he didn't expect that he would appear here. Mr. Wang is the madam's personal driver. He has served the Tai family for many years. The man smiled at Sulu and said, "The madam rarely uses her personal car to pick up people. I think that other than the president and the war god, there shouldn't be many people who can receive this kind of treatment." This kind of subtle expression, coupled with this person's polite and slightly distant smile, was not repulsive. Sulu looked at him with a smile and said, "Shunli?" When they met at the base of the Black Eagle Security Company in Linhai, he easily recognized this Secretary Shun. "I am the madam's secretary now," Shunli said with a smile. The Black Eagle Security Company was one of the 3 major security companies in the Federation. With Shun Li's age, he was able to become a senior manager of the Black Eagle. That day, under the instructions of Tai Ziyuan, he had full authority to command the operation in Linhai. He was already a very impressive person. However, in less than half a year, he actually became the secretary of the Madame Tai. Sulu couldn't help but be a little surprised, although Tai Ziyuan had already passed the coming-of-age ceremony, which was completed with his help. Sulu knew very well that the real power of the Tai family of the 7 major families in the Federation was still in the hands of the high and mighty Madam. The secretary of the Madam Tai, when put on the stage of the Federation, was enough to talk to a governor as an equal compared to the senior manager of the Black Eagle Security Company. This was undoubtedly a big step forward. "Madam Tai is waiting for us." A bicycle slowly came to the side of the two. Secretary Shun smiled and explained, "The madam doesn't like the smell of gasoline, natural gas, and liquid hydrogen mixed with the smell of chemical products, so all the cars in the park are electric bicycles." Sulu nodded and didn't say anything more. He followed Secretary Shun onto the bicycle. The picturesque, small buildings at the end of the mountains and rivers seemed to be very far away, but in fact, they were very close. It didn't take long for the electric bicycle to take them to the front of the small building. On the right side of the small building was a long corridor. The corridor was covered with long green vines. The new leaves were like jade, and the yellow flowers were just blooming. Looking through this long corridor, a small dam could be seen not far away. The mountain stream of the back mountain was blocked by this dam many years ago, and a small Xiaoping lake in the mountains was formed. The small building was under the mountain forest, by the lake, walking along the stone steps towards the deep courtyard. Sulu lowered her head slightly, but her ears were listening to the sound of the mountain wind blowing through the forest and the lake rippling. She was not surprised to feel that there were many people hidden in the surrounding forest. She could not see any of the Tai family security personnel with her eyes, but she could hear and feel that his pair of knife-like straight eyebrows slightly raised. Noticing that he was listening, Secretary Shun's footsteps slowed down slightly and immediately returned to normal. His lips slowly released a smile, and he felt a little surprised by Su Li's attentiveness and ability. The 2 men walked to the second-floor terrace of the small building deep in the courtyard and naturally stopped. Sulu took a deep breath and made his expression as calm and gentle as possible. Even if he was really a stone, he was still nervous knowing that he was about to meet such a big shot as Madame Tai. There was a parasol on the terrace. Under the parasol, there was a small white table, a few plates of pastries, a pot of tea, and 2 women. Chapter 197. The most powerful person in the Federation was, of course, President Sieg. The Vice President, the Chairman of the Federation Management Committee, the Director of the Federation Investigation Bureau, the National Security Advisor, and the Director of the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. These were all important figures who stood beside the President, who stood at the pinnacle of power in the Federation. The chief executives of the various regions, as well as the governors of large states like Ross, were all people of low status. However, the one with the highest prestige in the hearts of the Federation citizens was the old man from the Lees of Philadelphia. Outside of the political structure of the Federation, the 7 great families were hidden in the shadows. However, they possessed sufficient power to stand up against these important figures mentioned above. This was especially true for the Zhong family from the West Woods, who had been stationed at the edge of the universe for generations. They were akin to warlords. The Tai family was the most mysterious and low-key of the 7 great families. All these years, the leader of the Tai family had always been a woman. Ever since she got engaged to the previous head of the Tai family at the Double Moon Festival Ball at Yue University, that woman had been the most powerful woman in the Federation since she was in her 20s. Especially now that the Tai family was gradually stepping into the limelight, the existence of this woman was even more important. Every decision she made could possibly affect the future of the entire Federation. After becoming friends with Tai Ziyuan, Su Lu learned about the history of the Tai family and their status in the Federation. He had once been curious as to what kind of person this powerful Lady Tai was. After coming to the capital and entering the Nutshell prison, especially after being released from prison for the past 2 days, he had truly felt the terrifying influence that the Tai family had on the Federation. Thus, this curiosity had become even stronger. Sitting in a black car, sitting on an electric scooter, looking at the scenery of the lake and mountains, looking at the ivy-covered corridor, Su Li's mood didn't relax at all. This was because he knew that he was about to meet that woman. He kept guessing in his heart what kind of person Lady Tai should be. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out until he came to the balcony and saw the woman smiling as she watched Zhou Yu's wrist movements under the parasol. He suddenly understood that Lady Tai should be like this. Because of the passing of youth, she appeared ordinary and peaceful. There was nothing special about her. No matter how the people in the Federation guessed, Lady Tai looked like this. And this woman was Lady Tai. Secretary Shun politely pulled out the chair next to Zhou Yu and gestured for Su Lu to sit down. Then he went to Lady Tai's side and pulled the chair to the back. He sat down quietly and didn't care about the blazing morning sun outside the parasol. He silently rubbed his hands and maintained a suitable distance from the 3 people under the parasol. Su Lu felt that his lumbar vertebrae seemed to be a bit rusty, and the movement of sitting down was somewhat difficult. It was clearly a scene of afternoon tea on the lakeside balcony, but because of the existence of the woman across the table, there was a trace of uneasiness in the atmosphere. This naturally wasn't because the afternoon tea had been moved to the morning, but because of the identity of the woman. This was the smell of power. After taking the teacup handed over by Zhou Yu, Su Lu subconsciously looked over and saw Zhou Yu quietly lowering her head to divide the tea. Every movement was so natural and graceful. Su Lu had seen many sides of this girl, but he never imagined that Zhou Yu would be so pure, so quiet, and so virtuous. After Su Lu took his seat, the lady across the table didn't say anything. Instead, she held a small teacup made of Guna porcelain and slowly took a sip. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the lake below the terrace, as if she was thinking about something long ago. Su Lu was silent for a moment. He picked up the teacup handed over by Zhou Yu and took a sip. There was no food to eat in the district procuratorate, and he didn't drink much water in the morning. The key was that the air on the balcony had become a bit dry because of the smell of power. His throat was a bit dry and spicy. He finally understood why Zhou was able to expose the political collusion behind the laboratory data the night before. A girl who often drank afternoon tea with Lady Tai, trained under this kind of pressure, shouldn't be a normal person to begin with. But this kind of tea was too depressing. Su lowered his head slightly and put down the teacup. He thought to himself, could it be that Zhou Yu's coldness and craziness outside was because she was too suppressed in front of Lady Tai? In an instant, he thought of Lady Tai's afternoon tea. Many people in the Federation probably wanted to drink it, but couldn't. Zhou Yu drank tea with the woman for so many years. She had seen so many people and things. The woman across the table probably really liked Zhou Yu and wanted her to marry Tai Ziyuan. But now, Zhou Yu was an unmarried mother. The child in her belly was growing healthily, and his identity was that of the child's father. Thinking of this, Su Li's mood became a little strange. But then he thought about how Deputy Minister Zhou could see at a glance that he was taking the blame for someone else. The woman in front of him was smart enough to see that as well. Plus, he had called Tai Ziyuan from the very beginning to report this matter. Just as he lowered his head and pondered in silence, Lady Tai had already retracted her gaze from the lake. She smiled and looked at his ordinary face, but still didn't say anything. Su Lu put the teacup on the table and took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked back at her with a smile. His smile wasn't deliberate. It was just like how he used to be in the past. It came from his heart and appeared naturally and optimistically. Lady Tai didn't seem to expect that this young man, who came to see her for the first time, would have the courage to look her in the eyes. A faint glimmer of light flashed across Lady Tai's eyes, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes smoothened a lot. Just then, Butler Jean came to the balcony with a pot of coffee and poured a cup for Su Lu. Su Lu was a little surprised. He bowed and nodded in response. "Got a coffee. This is Caspian caviar," said Lady Tai with a smile. "I heard that you like caviar very much, so I specially prepared some for you today." Su Lu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this to be the first thing this woman said today. He was very familiar with the aroma of the coffee in the cup and the small plate of black, pearl-like snacks on the table. This was because many nights in the H1 section of the library of Linhai Lihua University, he would often exchange scallion pancakes and plain porridge bought from small stalls for Tai Ziyuan's coffee and pancakes. Lady Tai specially prepared this today because she had heard someone mention it before. Su Lu immediately understood the meaning behind Lady Tai's words. Secretary Shun sent people to bail him out of the district attorney's office, not because the Tai family needed Su Lu, but because she valued the friendship between her son and him. Tai Ziyuan doesn't have many friends. "Other than Zhou Yu, you're the only friend I've ever seen," said Lady Tai with a smile. Su Lu took a sip of coffee and ate a piece of caviar to satisfy his hunger. When he heard this, he laughed. He believed that Lady Tai definitely didn't hear it from Tai Ziyuan himself, but from Butler Jean. After all, Tai Ziyuan should know very well that he didn't like this kind of weird-tasting, luxurious biscuit at all. "I heard that you used to be a soldier in Donglin District. When did you enter Yue University?" Drinking tea on the terrace was something that only the upper class of the Federation liked to do. However, different classes of celebrities gave off different vibes. Presumably, there weren't many people in the Federation who had the right to occupy half of the national park and become the backdrop for a tea party. However, no matter what kind of tea they drank, other than a very small number of people who drank alone, it was all a means of communication. What they drank was secondary. What they talked about was more important. Su Lu held his coffee cup and narrowed his eyes. The scenery of the lake and mountains entered his mind. When he heard Lady Tai's question, he answered quietly and politely, "Madam, I entered Yue University in the winter of the 65th year of the constitutional era." "Oh, back then, Tai Ziyuan's father and I also studied at Yue University. How are the flowers in Yue Garden blooming now?" "Very beautiful." Sulu answered, "I spent most of my time beside the iron gate of Yue Garden. I took a lot of photos. At that time, I lived in the girls' dormitory in Plum Garden. The ordinary-looking Lady Tai spoke normally. She didn't seem to be probing him. This high and mighty head of the 7 great families used the common point of Yue University to find the rhythm of the conversation. She smiled and chatted idly, with Sulu diluting the previous atmosphere on the terrace. At this time, Sulu was a little distracted. Only now did he remember that it had been almost 2 years since he escaped from Donglin District. As for Plum Garden Dormitory, he had once waited for a young girl in the dormitory on a snowy night. The gossip continued. The high and mighty lady across the table didn't deliberately pretend to be approachable. She only looked at Sulu calmly. The examination in her eyes was completely hidden by the shrewdness she had cultivated for decades. Sulu also didn't feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. He knew that the lady across the table wasn't a politician. She didn't need to win the favor of the voters, and she didn't need to maintain a friendly image. Today, he was able to sit on the terrace, basking in the mountain breeze and the lake light. It wasn't because he had the data from the laboratory as his capital, nor was it because he had a good relationship with Tai Ziyuan. It was because the lady across the table wanted to look at him, for some reason. After the matter of Yue University was finished, Lady Tai stood up and left. Zhou Yu followed behind her. She found an opportunity to turn around and sneak a glance at Sulu. She made a strange expression. Only Sulu and Secretary Shen were left on the terrace under the parasol. Sulu knew that the real conversation had just begun. Without the presence of the lady, he felt that the air was suddenly filled with a relaxed atmosphere. The scenery of the lake and mountains began to reveal its true beauty. Secretary Shen smiled at him and asked, "Do you still have the data?" "Yes. When will you give it to me?" Chapter 198. Raising one's eyebrows or raising one's eyebrows didn't mean that he was angry or hostile. Little Lu knew very well that he had no reason to be angry or hostile on the terrace of Macho's back mountain. Thus he smiled. It was not the kind of smile one would have when one accepted his fate, nor was it the smile he had when he was in front of Lady Tai. He was just smiling. Thus, Secretary Shen also smiled. He personally poured another cup of coffee for Sulu and then sat back in his chair, quietly waiting for the other's reply. As Lady Tai's secretary, Shen Li understood the style of the 7 major families of the Federation very well. The Iron Schemer was not only referring to this family's meticulous planning, but also to the fact that this family planned before making a move, not leaving any benefits for the opponent. The Iron Schemer and the Federal Academy of Science had worked together, so the Tai family's reaction had been much slower to begin with. Thus, in the end, Secretary Shen did not believe that this young man in front of him had really grasped the data. However, since Madame believed, he could only believe. Su Li's mind was filled with many shocking and shocking things, but his personality definitely did not have such elements. After taking a sip of coffee, he raised his head. Previously, Madame Xian had only wanted to take a look at him. Right now, the conversation between her and Secretary Shen was about the actual details, and it was clear that Secretary Shen was a very busy person and also a very direct person. Thus, he also very directly stated his conditions. I want to face the mecha directly, and you all can't monitor me. He was not used to this kind of bargaining and scheming conversation, so he had laid out his bottom line right from the start. Secretary Shun frowned slightly, somewhat unexpectedly feeling a trace of possibility from Su Li's tone. From the start, under Madam's instructions, he had helped this young second lieutenant clean up any traces behind him. After that, he had personally made 2 calls to the young master of the Li family and the Federal Academy of Science. However, he had always thought that Madame was just doing a small thing for Su Lu for Tai Ziyuan's sake. Unexpectedly, it seemed that there really was some kind of benefit waiting for the Tai family in front of them. It was unknown what Secretary Shin said on the intercom, but a staff member walked up from the side of the balcony carrying a large box. The staff member put the big box next to the table, bowed to Secretary Shun, and then quietly left. Secretary Shun placed the box on the table and opened it, then pushed it in front of Su Lu. The pure black keyboard and specialized data input device flashed slightly under the clear light of the lake. Su Lu was slightly stunned. He recognized that this was the Federation's most advanced integrated workbench. He understood why Secretary Shin placed the workbench in front of him. He pressed a button on the side of the workbench, called up the display screen, and then closed his eyes to think for a moment. During the 10 seconds of closing his eyes, Su Lu moved a part of the data model in his mind, once again confirming that the mysterious existence had indeed imprinted the data of the laboratory into his brain. He did not want to think about the mysterious existence because at this time there were clouds coming from the east covering the scorching sun on the peak of Macho Mountain. The cool lake water caused the mountain wind to cool down the temperature. If he thought too much, he was worried that his scalp would go numb and he would feel fear. Opening his eyes, Su Lu began to silently operate the workbench. His 10 fingers moved quickly on the workbench as if he was playing the piano. From time to time, he would use both of his thumbs to operate the specialized data input device. Secretary Shin did not look at the display screen, but only stared at Su Li's eyes and the pair of fast-moving hands. 23 minutes later, Su Lu somewhat tiredly retracted his hands. He rubbed his eyes, turned the workbench in the box, and pushed it in front of Secretary Shin. Secretary Shin quickly glanced at the complex data model on the display screen and did not look at it again. He smiled at him and said, "Take a break first." Everyone had their own field of expertise. The first military academy had nurtured many outstanding talents in the Federation for countless years, such as Shi Qinghai, Zhou Yu, and Shun Li, to be able to become Lady Tai's secretary. Shun Li was naturally an all-rounder. However, when it came to data models in the Federation's most advanced field of technology, he admitted that he was much inferior to Su Lu. This workbench should be connected to a certain extent. The Tai family had specialized technicians analyzing the meaning of this data model, Su Lu thought. A few minutes later, Secretary Shin slightly closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the sound of the communication device in his ear. A moment later, he slowly raised his head. However, the gaze he used to look at Su Lu now was much more formal, much more serious. "It is very difficult for me to agree to your conditions just now," Secretary Shin said sincerely. "The development of the new generation of mecha in the Federation is a systematic project. Even if you have mastered the most critical technology, you cannot complete this project alone. This will require the cooperation of at least 1,000 engineers." Su Lu listened quietly, his eyes fixed on the layer of white foam swirling gently in his coffee cup. No one knew what he was thinking. "I need a MX prototype mecha for research. Professor Shun's name must be on the Federation's list of manufacturers of the new generation of mecha." Su Lu lowered his head, looked at the coffee cup, and said, "I did not hesitate to kill and set fire to the data in the laboratory." This is all for this. Why must you participate in this process, other than the government, or in other words, the Shell Motor Company? No one else in this world can provide these industrial foundations. Secretary Shun stared into his eyes and said coldly, "The Tai family may be able to, but the Tai family has done so much for you without any benefits. This agreement is very difficult to reach. No matter how good your personal relationship with the young master is, it is still the same. I admit that I cannot change anything by myself. The development of Mecha does indeed require the large industrial foundations you speak of. So if you want to compete with the Federal Academy of Science for time, I need to stay at the Shell Motor Company to watch closely." Su Lu raised his head and said, "As for the issue of benefits you mentioned, since the success of the new generation of Mecha in the Federation will affect the presidential election, then I think that from Madam's point of view, it does not matter who develops the new generation of Mecha, as long as it is not Dean Lin. The Tai family does not need the false reputation of developing the new generation of Mecha. They only need someone else to succeed before them." Su Lu looked at Secretary Shun's thoughtful face and continued, "But my teacher really needs this false reputation. To be precise, other than the false reputation behind him, he can no longer enjoy anything else." Secretary Shun did not speak for a long time. He was probably calculating in his mind. Lady Tai had given him a lot of authority, but he had to weigh the pros and cons. Professor Shun's signature. "I can promise you, and I can tell you clearly that if you give me the data, the Shell Motor Company will still be the one to carry out the specific research work," Secretary Shun said calmly. "We have a certain amount of influence over the Shell Motor Company. Coincidentally, the Shell Motor Company does not have anything to do with the Federal Academy of Science." In the past, Su Lu would have been shocked when Secretary Shun said that he could influence the Shell Motor Company. However, facing the terrifying power of the 7 major families of the Federation, he was already numb to it. He only said softly, "The data must be in my hands. In that case, can I go directly to the Shell Motor Company?" "Can you not go to the Shell Motor Company?" Secretary Shun suddenly said, "How about this? I'll arrange for you to go to the Whitewater Company. As for the data, I'll set up a direct channel. You can contact the people in the Shell Motor Company directly." The development of a new epoch-making mecha for the Federation was a great honor, and naturally also a great benefit. If Secretary Shin agreed to all of Su Li's requests, the Tai family would not be able to gain any advantage. However, for some reason, Secretary Shin suddenly gave in. Whitewater Company. Su Lu suddenly remembered that the first test of the prototype MX Mecha for the Federation seemed to have taken place at this Shell Motor Company. However, the problem was that the Tai family's strength should be at Black Eagle. Why would they send him to Whitewater? These past few days, you've caused too much of a ruckus in the Research Institute. In addition to the incident at Hushan Road, who knows how many pairs of eyes will be watching you. It's not suitable for you to stay in the Shell Motor Company's headquarters any longer, Secretary Shun said. The only place that can meet your requirements is the Whitewater Company, said Secretary Shun. The Shell Motor Company is definitely out of the question. If you appear in the Shell Motor Company, both the Leaf family and the Academy of Science will be wary. Su Lu was silent for a long time before nodding. Secretary Shun smiled and closed the black workbench in front of him. He stood up and shook hands with Li Du. When their hands touched, it meant that the agreement between the two parties had been reached. Su Lu did not express his gratitude to Secretary Shun for saving him from the district attorney's office. Secretary Shun also did not represent Lady Tai to express her gratitude to Su Lu for his performance at the Linhai State gymnasium. Those matters were on another level. Secretary Shun suddenly looked at him and asked, "I'm very curious about something. I heard that half a year ago the Crown Prince personally invited you to join the Tai family. You never agreed. Why are you willing to cooperate with us this time?" "If I join the Tai family, I will be Tai Ziyuan's subordinate," Su Lu said with a smile. "Cooperation is equal." Secretary Shun's smile became somewhat profound. This young man in front of him actually wanted to cooperate with the Tai family on an equal footing. What kind of arrogant and presumptuous thought was this? However, there was not a single trace of arrogance in the other party's honest expression. There was only a trace of absurd sincerity. Beside the window on the top floor of the small building facing the lake, Lady Tai silently looked at the lines of the lake. The lines at the corners of her eyes were like the things she had experienced over the years. They gradually accumulated and could not be undone. She quietly listened to the voices beside her. She did not miss any of the words that Secretary Shun and Su Lu said. When she heard the word cooperation, she could not help but smile. She could hear that Su Lu was not used to this kind of bargaining. She could also hear that this young man was immature and stubborn. She did not dislike this point. Instead, she felt that it was somewhat interesting. The metal in her hand was slightly cold. Lady Tai lowered her head and looked at the small tool in her hand. This was the small blue device that Su Lu had left behind in the Nutshell Laboratory. Since the beginning, the Tai family's influence in the Federation had been secretly cleaning up for him under the instructions of this madam. They naturally did not leave behind this device. Chapter 199. Su Lu entered Yue University with Professor Jin's recommendation letter, but it seems like he doesn't know this himself. Butler Jean stood beside Lady Tai, like a pine tree by the lake, hidden in the mountains and rivers. "Undetectable," he said apologetically in a low voice. "About this, I've known about it for a long time, but because young master insisted on not informing you, so he did not finish his sentence." Lady Tai looked out of the window quietly, her hand slowly caressing the small device that emitted blue light. In the entire Federation, she was probably the only one who could see the wisdom hidden within this small device, as well as the man behind this wisdom. Seeing that Madame did not say anything, Butler Jean took a step back and stood in the shadows by the window. He was very clear about the story between the Tai family and Professor Jean. Although he did not know Professor Jin's true identity, he had served this family for so long that he could feel some of Madame's emotions. "Send someone to Donglin to investigate the incident that happened in the year 65, Lady Tai said softly. "This is too much of a coincidence." Butler Jean did not know what coincidence was, and Lady Tai did not mention it either. Today, only President Sieg, herself, and a few people in the Lees of Philadelphia knew the true identity of the defected mechanic, Yufeng. And because of some of the stories from back then, she knew more about that person's identity than anyone else. From the beginning, Lady Tai did not believe that person would die so quietly. Now, she held the device that only he could make in her hands. Looking through the window at the young man he had recommended to Yue University, her heart gradually calmed, and she felt indescribably calm. The black metal door slowly closed behind the car. Su Lu sat in the black car, his eyes narrowed, as if his thoughts were still stuck in the beautiful scenery of the lake and mountains behind Macho Mountain. Today, the wealth displayed by the Tai family did not have the aura of wealth, only the aura of mountains and mountains. The mountains and mountains were picturesque, and this painting seemed to be in the heart of that madam. Su Lu was clear that after he came out from Macho Back Mountain, his life would be different again. However, he still stubbornly believed that he was only a small character, a commoner. Facing that picturesque landscape, he didn't feel the slightest bit moved, nor did he feel inferior. He only felt a slight pressure. The black car on the mountain road smoothly avoided the increasing number of tourists in the front mountain. Su Li's hands were firmly on the steering wheel. This car was the one he used to drive. Since the district prosecutor's office had already found him innocent, this black car naturally didn't need to stay in the forensics department anymore. Secretary Shun had already taken it out for him. "Thank you." He suddenly smiled and turned to speak to Zhou Yu. When he left the back mountain of Macho, out of his expectation, Zhou Yu also left the mountain with him. He knew very well that after he sent Zhou Yu to the West Mountain compound of the Ministry of National Defense 2 nights ago, this girl must have told the whole thing to Madame Tai in the first instant. Su Lu didn't know that Lady Tai had already begun to suspect the relationship between him and that uncle. He only thought that if this girl beside him didn't help to analyze the situation and ask the Tai family to help at the first moment, then his life would be very difficult. He might really become a fugitive in the Federation again. Zhou Yu laughed self-deprecatingly, her hand gently stroking her belly. Her belly was already very big now. She was gradually approaching the life of a young, unmarried mother. Her face, without makeup, looked slightly haggard and nervous. Her feet were a bit swollen, and she wore a pair of loose cloth shoes. Her entire person didn't have the slightest trace of coldness, only a trace of frustration in the tranquility. She slowly turned her head and looked at Su Li's smiling face. She couldn't help but tilt her head and wonder in her heart, what exactly is this guy's nerves made of? "It's the first time you've seen Madam, but you can still be so calm." "Su Lu, you've surprised me again," Zhou Yu said. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, "I'm just pretending." Zhou Yu also smiled. Su Lu didn't say anything else and focused on driving. On the mountain road, the black car's autopilot wasn't enough to be completely trusted. His gaze calmly stared at the winding mountain road, but in his heart he was thinking about something else. He knew very well what kind of colossal power the Tai family was. In front of this family, no one could hope for the possibility of equal cooperation, even if he now had the only set of laboratory data in the Federation. However, Secretary Shin had nodded earlier, and the Tai family had even given up most of the benefits. This made him a bit confused. Earlier, when he was bargaining on the balcony, he had only clumsily put forward his own demands, but he didn't expect the other party to agree. Why was this? Late at night, in the suburbs of the capital, the black car was like a ghost parked in the parking lot of Linyuan. After returning from Macho Mountain, Su Lu and Zhou Yu were led by the waiter into the restaurant. They had just returned from Shanshui and entered Shanshui again. In the afternoon, Zhou Yu had even invited Su Lu to walk around the famous scenic spots in the capital. He didn't know why Zhou Yu, with her swollen abdomen and swollen feet, had such a great interest in traveling and appetite. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the private jet that occasionally landed under the white cliff behind Linyuan, but in his heart he thought of George Carlin's theories. George Carlin had always believed that the core of the unfairness of the Federation was that confidence was not made public. This was the so-called principle of class information asymmetry. Linyuan was originally the exclusive restaurant of the HTD Bureau of the Federation. Later, it was purchased by the Lin family, one of the 7 families of the Federation, with a large amount of money. The HTD Bureau was specifically responsible for enforcing the Wildlife Protection Act, and in the upper circle of the Federation, this restaurant was famous for its exquisite wild meat. The people of the Federation didn't know about Lin Yuan. Even if they had heard some rumors, they didn't know the specific details. In the Federation, as George Carlin had said, from the very beginning, there was no fairness between classes because of the asymmetry of information. Stepping into Lin Yuan again, was he no longer the orphan of Donglin, the fugitive of the Federation? Su Lu held Zhou Yu's hand and walked inside, but he felt a little lonely and lost. Madman, Li has returned to Feiqing. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Zhou Yu had lived in the 3rd Military Region since she was a child, and her family was not ordinary. Naturally, she didn't know how Su Lu felt at this moment, so she said with a smile. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a stream of water that flowed from the depths of the bamboo forest behind the table. Sitting quietly beside the stream, sipping the plum wine in the brown-red clay cup, smelling the delicate fragrance of the bamboo leaves in the water, and looking at the white cliff under the lights in the distance through the window, it was a great enjoyment. Similar to the first time they entered Lin Yuan, when the two of them walked into the hall, those hidden behind the mangroves, bamboo forests, and pear trees all looked at them seriously and curiously. Surrounded by these gazes, Zhou Yu didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, Su Li's expression became more serious. Sitting in the bamboo house with the best seats, it didn't take long for people to come over and greet them. Those were the people with good eyesight in the capital. They gently said something to Zhou Yu and asked her to say hello to Deputy Minister Zhou. In the end, they politely nodded to Su Lu and left. This happened 4 or 5 times. No matter how slow Su Lu was, he still felt that something was wrong. After a moment of silence, she confirmed that no one would disturb her meal. Perhaps the remaining guests in the Lin garden didn't have the status to come to their table. Only then did Su Lu let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Yu used the tip of her chopsticks to pick up a piece of stewed jade bamboo shoot. Looking at him, who was a little uncomfortable, she said with slight ridicule, "It's different from last time. These gazes are all on you. Those people who came over didn't come to see me, but to see you." The news spread so fast. Su Lu bent one leg and held a small wine cup in his hand. At this time, there was no one to disturb him, so his movements were much more casual. However, this posture was a little out of tune with the extremely elegant scenery around them. The news he was talking about was naturally about Secretary Shen calling a young second lieutenant in the Husk Institute. Only such news could make those people come over to talk to Zhou Yu. Their real purpose was just to see what kind of person that young second lieutenant was. There is no absolute secret in the Federation, especially when some people don't want to keep it a secret. Zhou Yu shook her head. "Madam asked you to bring me to Lin Yuan?" Su Lu raised his head and looked at Zhou Yu. "Are you not used to it? You should know very well that everything is based on rules, just like the Hushan Road case and the Research Institute case. You can find loopholes, but no one will directly go against the Federation's laws." Zhou Yu looked at him and said, "You can't find loopholes, but you can't leave any loopholes. The style of doing things in this circle will never be too violent or direct, and they definitely won't use an axe to smash things." Looking at Su Lu, who was deep in thought and had a hint of conflict between his straight eyebrows, Zhou Yu was silent for a moment before she said quietly, "I know what kind of person you are. You really don't belong here, but since you chose to come here, you have to do things according to the rules." She picked up a piece of bamboo leaf that was half green and half yellow from the flowing water beside her and quietly looked at the lines on the bamboo leaf. She didn't know if it was because she was thinking about her own life or something else, but her voice became a little lighter. Not to mention the capital, Harbor City, or other big cities in the Federation, there are many private clubs that are quieter and more luxurious than this place. However, those are all places for private gatherings. Only Lin Yuan is a place where one can express one's attitude. She placed the bamboo leaf on the table and said, "When the bamboo leaf falls on the ground, it will be swept away and sent to the landfill to be buried. If it falls into the water, it will drift with the waves for a while. Eventually, you will be able to see the scenery that we are seeing right now." Su Lu turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window through the glass. He opened his mouth and said, "It's a pity that there is no wind. It's not refreshing enough. The scenery here is not lively." He thought of the mines in the Donglin district. He and the uncle had eaten wild beef and held glasses of red wine. They had watched the red sunset in the dusky air and fall on the green grassland. That kind of enjoyment was much better than this Lin Yuan. "Su Lu," a somewhat surprised and pleasantly surprised voice rang out. A young officer had passed through the bamboo forest and walked to the side of the table. Su Lu was slightly startled. He didn't understand why Zhou Yu would suddenly appear here. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhou Yu was currently in the nutshell engineering department. His heart jumped, and he turned to look. Zhou Yu had her head tilted and was calmly drinking something. In an instant, he understood that this was not a coincidence. He couldn't help but sigh at Secretary Shun's quick and careful arrangements. Chapter 200. Although Lin Yuan was good, it was not something that Su Lu could get used to. Even after entering Lin Yuan, he still could not get used to it. Those people who had come to greet him earlier had made it impossible for him to sit down, now that he had suddenly met Zhou Yu. Although he knew that the other must have come with some sort of motive, for some reason, Su Lu felt his mood become much more relaxed when he looked at this young officer who was not more than 2 years older than himself. The first time he had met Zhou Yu was in the mecha combat room of Yua University's comprehensive gymnasium. The confrontation between the black mecha and the silver M37, the conversation amidst the smoke, these memories were all engraved in Su Li's mind. During that mecha combat, Zhou Yu's extremely graceful performance had left him with a very good impression. He vaguely felt that Zhou Yu already knew that he was the one inside that prototype mecha that had walked away with its belly full, but since the other had never directly asked, he did not admit anything either. Tai Ziyuan hid, Shi Qinghai hid, and Su Lu fled. Other than the unmarried mother beside him, Su Lu was a lonely mess in the capital ring. If it was said that lonely people were shameful, then Su Lu was unquestionably so shameful that he was hated by both men and gods alike. He was a young man, so he naturally had the mental need to interact with others. In addition, he had always had a good impression of Zhou Yu, so after the recruitment exam at the beginning of spring, although the two of them had not seen each other again, they had still spoken on the phone a few times. Su Lu moved away from the seat beside him and poured a full glass of wine for Zhou Yu. A mechanic was like a chief surgeon. What they needed the most was the stability of their hands. He was a very self-disciplined person, so he had rarely drunk alcohol these past few years. However, in the past 2 years, under the influence of Mr. Shi, other than the Sanchi brand cigarettes, he had also developed a hobby of drinking. Fortunately, although the color of the plum wine was thick, its actual alcohol content was not high. Zhou Yu sat beside Su Lu and bowed his head slightly to Zhou Yu, who was sitting across the table. However, it was as if Zhou Yu did not see him. She looked coldly out the window at the white cliff in the distance. From the bottom of her heart, the young miss of the Zhou family was still that cold and arrogant eldest miss. Her gentleness in front of Lady Tai was trained. Her calmness in front of Su Lu was forcefully ground out by the stones in Dong Lin Yuan. Today, she had brought Su Lu into Lin Yuan to arrange a coincidental meeting between him and Zhou Yu. As for Zhou Yu herself, she had no interest at all. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the wine in his cup. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zhou Yu did not have any reaction. He only smiled warmly as he sat down and raised his cup. Just like his name, he was indeed as gentle as jade. It was just that jade also had a soul. It was just that he didn't have a chance to show it for the time being. I really didn't expect you to come, and so quickly. Su Lu shook his head and drank all of the wine in his cup. Zhou Yu brought the red clay cup to his lips and raised his wrist slightly. The rim of the cup did not leave his lips. He appeared to be very gentle, but in reality, he quickly drank all of the wine in the cup. He placed the cup down at the same time as Su Li's hand. I also didn't expect you to cause so much trouble in just a few months after entering the research institute. Zhou Yu finished the wine in his cup and placed his military cap on the table beside him. He turned his body slightly and looked at Su Lu calmly. You should understand why I'm here. At this moment, there were 3 people by the bamboo table beside the flowing water. Zhou Yu was a girl that Lady Tai had taught single-handedly. In addition to her family, Su Lu did not need to avoid her when talking with Zhou Yu. Su Li's fingers gently gripped the wine cup as he sank into deep thought. When he saw Zhou Yu arrive, he knew what Secretary Shen planned to do next. He didn't need to know what kind of agreement Secretary Shen, the Li family, and the Federal Academy of Science had reached in order to smoothly get him out of prison. He only knew that he could no longer stay in the Husk Institute. If he wanted to turn the data in his brain into a real new generation of mecha, it would require the hard work of many people. Under the pressure of the other party, Su Lu was about to be transferred out of the Nutshell headquarters and sent to the Baigong Security Company under the Shell Motor Company. His data would be sent to the Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department, and this required a channel, although the Li family and the Federal Academy of Science no longer cared about him. The other party would definitely keep an eye on Su Lu. If Su Lu was directly sent to the Nutshell Engineering Department, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of those people. In order to compete with the Federal Academy of Science for time, this sort of suspicion had to be eliminated. Coincidentally, the personal relationship between Su Lu and Zhou Yu that could be confirmed became a natural disguise. Let's keep in touch in the future. Su Lu raised his wine cup and looked at Zhou Yu sincerely. Although it wasn't until tonight that he found out that Zhou Yu was also someone that the Tai family could influence, he couldn't help but be shocked by the Tai family's control over human affairs. However, his intuition told him that Zhou Yu was someone worth interacting with, so his attitude was very sincere. Zhou Yu downed the wine in his cup once more and said with a smile, "Last time, when I sparred with you at Yue University, I thought that your talent in mecha operation was astonishing, but I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to influence the development of new mecha for the Federation. You have brought me too many surprises, so please don't worry, I will cooperate with you very well." Being directly reminded of the past by Zhou Yu, thinking back to the battle between the 2 mecha at Yue University, Su Lu looked into Zhou Yu's eyes and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. There was no such thing as mutual admiration between heroes. The 2 of them had just found that they were somewhat compatible. I'm currently in the engineering department's office. Anda has been specially recruited to be a mecha test pilot. Zhou Yu put down his wine cup and turned to look at Su Lu. After a long silence, he said, "In the end, it's still you from Donglin who's developed the fastest." Su Lu didn't say anything, pouring him another cup of wine. At the same time, he filled his own red clay wine cup and raised it. The bamboo leaves of the bamboo house fell into the meandering stream. The 3 of them drank in silence by the window. Zhou Yu observed Su Lu, but found that he couldn't quite understand this person. He was born in the West Woods region, which was at the forefront of the battle between the Federation and the Empire. The people of the West Woods were mostly bathed in blood and fire. Their temperaments were valiant and ruthless, and they had a spirit that would rather break than bend. Although Zhou Yu's expression was gentle and amiable like a gentleman, deep in his heart there was still a trace of unwillingness to fall behind others. Tonight, when he saw Su Lu and Lin Yuan, Zhou Yu knew that even if he didn't want to, he had to. Perhaps it was luck. This person from Donglin had first met Tai Ziyuan, then met Professor Shen. He had grasped the Federation's most important and confidential data, and had even received the strong support of the Tai family. Just based on these points alone, he had already left Zhou Yu in the dust. Zhou Yu drank his wine in silence. Before coming to Lin Yuan, he had already learned all the details of the entire incident from Secretary Shen. He understood that Su Lu didn't rely on luck. Whether it was the gleaming blade at Hushan Road, the axe marks at the Research Institute, or the baiting or forcing of the Tai family in the end, there was no place that didn't reveal this young man's stubbornness. Stubbornness was an excellent or troublesome quality, but when it was taken to the extreme, it would become exceptionally terrifying. Just like at this moment, the scenery in Lin Yuan was beautiful. There was no music to annoy the ears, but there was running water that could calm the heart. The people eating and chatting, or rather, the people wore simple but expensive clothes that fit their bodies. Their movements were elegant and quiet. Only Su Lu, who was beside him, wore a casual shirt of unknown brand that probably didn't cost much. It had a lot of wrinkles on it. He just sat like this in Lin Yuan's most expensive bamboo house cubicle. He sat with one leg bent, the hand that was holding the wine glass on his knee, and his head slightly lowered. He looked very much like those unemployed people on the streets in movies. What Zhou Yu didn't know was that Su Lu was originally an orphan from a mining family in Donglin. In the past, before they met that uncle, what he and Li Wei were most used to doing was sitting with their legs crossed on the sidewalk of Zhonglo Street and watching the TV screen in the cafe. This was a posture of thinking, and Su Lu was indeed thinking. Since he was very young, he was used to thinking in silence. In his opinion, if people didn't think, they were no different from the bison that only knew how to lower its head and eat grass outside the electronic fence. He was thinking about Lin Yuan, the delicious food on the table, the scenery outside the window, and the future. He thought very clearly, so when he bent his leg and held the wine glass, he vaguely became that orphan on the streets of the past. No one had entered Wang Du's fuming apartment. The surveillance equipment installed around the building confirmed that it was safe. Zhou Yu's expected delivery date was at the end of July, and she had already moved back to the Shishan courtyard. Presumably, the faint knife marks on her face and her impossibly large belly could sever the last hope of the Minister of Defense's family. As for whether Lady Tai had spoken during the Zhou family's reconciliation, Su Lu wasn't sure. It was just that he wasn't used to the fact that there was suddenly one less person in the room, so he buried his head and slept. When he woke up, he began to take big bites of the ready-to-eat lunchbox that had been automatically reheated. For 3 whole days, his life consisted of sleeping and eating. He only walked out of the apartment and returned to the Research Institute after he had replenished all the energy and mental energy that he had expended. Many of the Husk Institute staff had seen Su Lu smash the laboratory into pieces with their own eyes. There were also some people with backgrounds who knew that he was involved in the death of an active duty officer in the Ministry of Engineering. When they saw him walk into the Research Institute like nothing had happened, their eyes suddenly became extremely shocked. The director of the third department of the Research Institute personally wrote an electronic recommendation letter for Su Lu. He was sure that he hadn't done anything wrong in the past few days. The young second lieutenant in front of him really did have a close relationship with Deputy Minister Zhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the Shell Motor Company after causing such a big mess. After Su Lu received the recommendation letter, he refused the enthusiastic director's request to personally deliver it to the Whitewater Security Company. He drove himself to the address on the letter. The black car once again drove past Hawking Avenue, where the Ministry of Finance was located. It drove past the dead end that led to the Bureau of Proclamation. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he forced himself not to think about the omnipotent charter computer at the end of the road. At this moment, the phone rang. The sound of the seventh young master of the Li family, Li Xiaodong's extremely hearty laughter could be heard. "I heard that you have been assigned to the Whitewater Company." Su Lu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that after the night at the Ivy Garden, this person would actually take the initiative to contact him. He believed that he didn't have anything that the other party needed. Both the Li family and the Federal Academy of Science had already confirmed that the core data was in their hands. "Yes, I'll report right now," Su Lu replied. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then the voice said, "Can you do me the honor of coming out for dinner tonight?" Su Lu subconsciously looked at the weather outside the window. He confirmed that the sun's orbit today was normal. Perhaps the silence made Li Xiaotong a little uncomfortable. He said very seriously, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to hang out with you." Chapter 201. White clouds floated on the mountainside in the distance. The dark green fields stretched as far as the eye could see. The precision irrigation equipment of the Federation's automated farm was spraying morning dew under the sun. From time to time, a faint buzzing sound could be heard. It was in perfect harmony with the chirping of the insects in the forest beside the road. The capital's special district's traffic was very developed. After driving for 40 minutes along the highway, the solemn buildings of the capital were no longer in sight. The smell of power was also gone. As far as the eye could see, there was only verdant greenery and the wonderful smell of juice from the broken stems. Just beside the Federation's automated farm, high walls and iron fences separated a large area. From the road, one could only see a 5-story building in the courtyard. Other than that, there were no other eye-catching buildings. The window of the black car rolled down. Su Lu showed the electronic recommendation letter to the guard. With a beep, the door slowly opened. He narrowed his eyes and looked at everything around the car. He was a little surprised. The Federation's largest security company, Whitewater Security Company, was located in the capital's special district. It looked quiet with a sense of decline. It didn't look like a company famous for the Federation's high-end weapons. Instead, it looked like a forgotten farm amusement park. Where there was metal, there would be fruit shells. The Shell Motor Company was a giant company in the Federation. The number of people who directly or indirectly served it exceeded 1 million. This company had countless branches, and its business scope involved all aspects of the Federation's social life. Whitewater Security Company was one of them. Because of the disturbance in the Research Institute, Su Lu was sent to Whitewater Security Company. Before he came, he did some research and found out that this was the Federation's largest security company. Although the Shell Motor Company didn't pay much attention to them, in terms of strength, they were the strongest among the Federation's 3 largest security companies. The Federation had a lot of military operations in the universe because of the diplomatic pressure from the Empire and the 100 Mu Triangle, it was inconvenient to mobilize the military. Plus, there were some conflicts with firepower on resource planets or some secret operations that could not see the light of day. Most of the time, it was the 3 major security companies of the Federation that carried out these operations in place of the federal military, and Whitewater, which was directly under the Shell Motor Company, because of the thick federal military color of its shell, became the main operator. Of course, these were all things that couldn't be seen in the news, but those who knew the inside story knew very well that the Whitewater Security Company was actually a group of mercenaries disguised as mercenaries, or rather, the Federation's thugs disguised as mercenaries. In addition to some security work within the Federation, most of the company's business scope was actually in the borderlands of the Federation. There was even a rumor that after the firefight between District S2 and the anti-government forces had stopped, the company was also secretly involved in the small armed forces that carried out the surprise attack. Therefore, Sulu was a little surprised when he saw the base that looked like a simple factory. From the outside, the headquarters of the Whitewater Security Company didn't have a trace of military color. After the personnel department reported in, an affairs officer wearing glasses coldly led Sulu to an office at the back of the building and said to him, "This is your office. In a moment, your secretary will come over to give you the details of your work." What happened in the Capital Special District didn't spread to the Whitewater Security Company, so the people in the headquarters didn't care at all about the arrival of a young second lieutenant. The affairs officer in the personnel department didn't think that Sulu had any background. In his opinion, being sent to the Whitewater Security Company from the Husk Institute meant that he was definitely a loser in the struggle and a complete failure. However, the Shell Motor Company's first-order department, after all, while the Whitewater Security Company was only a third-order department. Sulu had such a resume, so even though he was banished here, he was still assigned the position of technical supervisor and even a secretary. The affairs officer looked at Sulu expressionlessly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The combat personnel of the Whitewater Company were extremely outstanding, and the base was also very well equipped. Many of the combat personnel were even military personnel themselves. These combat personnel on the front lines were well paid and had a promising future. However, the affairs officers and technical supervisors were all pitiful people who were pushed out of the core area of the Shell Motor Company. The affairs officer was the same, but he didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for Sulu, who was also a loser. "No, thank you," Sulu said. Turning on the computer screen, Sulu squinted his eyes and looked at the organization structure of the Whitewater Company. For a moment, he fell into silence. The Whitewater Company was established 24 constitutional years ago. The current CEO, Garay, was once the commander of the Federation's Special Mecha Forces before he retired. According to rumors, after his term at the Whitewater Company ended, he might directly return to the Ministry of Defense to be the commander of the Operations Department. The structure of this company was very strange. Important people like the CEO and the head of training, as well as the basic combat personnel, all had extremely bright futures. However, people like Sulu's current role, technical supervisors and affairs officers, seemed to be forever stuck in the shadow of the Federation. They carried out those dark missions for the righteous Federation government, but they didn't receive any military medals or rewards. However, this had nothing to do with Sulu. He was assigned to the Whitewater Company because of the consequences of his actions in the experiment, in order to appease the displeasure of the board of directors and the unrest in the research institute. Even the Tai family could only do this much. Sulu never thought that he would go to a border resource planet to suppress the natives on behalf of the government, nor did he think about disguising himself as a militant and going to District S2 to destroy the anti-government military's resource base. He only needed to sit down in the technical supervisor position of this department, repair some mechanical equipment required by combat personnel, and live out this period of time peacefully, until the Federation's new generation of MX-type mecha was successfully developed. It looked like he would have to spend his life in this company. Thinking of this, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked around his office. This was the first time in his life that he had an independent office that would not be disturbed by others. The problem was that although this office was very luxurious, other than a computer and some furniture, there was nothing else. The company has 5 subsidiaries under its jurisdiction: the training center, the shooting range, the weapons experiment department, the space guard, and the security consultant. Clients include the Ministry of Defense, the Police General Administration, and the HTD Bureau. We also accept requests from outside the star system, as long as these requests do not violate the Federation's laws. Our 7th team's main business is in the security consultant area. Sulu lowered his head and listened to the secretary's report. To be honest, when he first heard that there was a secretary, a strange feeling arose in the young man's heart. He secretly prayed that the company would not give him a middle-aged woman with a lifeless aura. When this secretary named by Yulon walked into the office and began to introduce the Whitewater Company's situation according to the script, Sulu could not help but sigh softly. The name, female secretary, was a bit vulgar, but the wonderful thing was that this secretary was not a middle-aged woman, nor was she a young and attractive girl who had just graduated. Because the person who came in was not a female secretary at all. The secretary by Yulon was 173 meters tall. His facial features were gentle and soft, and his eyes were calm. He stood quietly in front of Sulu like a girl, but the problem was that he was not a woman, so this kind of aura was a bit strange. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. From this strange aura, he caught a hint of danger. Sulu's ability to recognize people was very strong. He had the keen intuition of an animal, if it were not for the fact that Secretary Bai stood in front of him like a serene young girl and did not show any hostility. Perhaps he would have felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Only people who had killed many people and did not take human life seriously would show this kind of aura. In the past years, Sulu had seen many powerful people, such as Captain Tian, Madman Li, and Brother Zeng, who was beside the 7th young master of the Li family. The secretary in front of him, by Yulon, was different from these people. He restrained himself very well, but he always gave people the feeling that he would go crazy in the next moment. The calm and gentle expression on his face would turn into a bone-chilling coldness in an instant. When Sulu was looking at Secretary Bai, Secretary Bai's eyes were looking at the booklet in his hand. His heart was calm, so his appearance was calm. Although he did not welcome a young second lieutenant sent by the Research Institute to be the technical supervisor of his group, he did not show the slightest expression. He just calmly and indifferently did what he was supposed to do. After being in the military for many years, Bai Yulon was used to seeing death and blood. He did not see this young and ordinary guy in front of him. What is the work of our group? Sulu noticed that Secretary Bai's hands were as white as jade and very delicate. Reporting to the technical supervisor, Team 7 does not have any work arrangements this year. Secretary Bai replied politely. Sulu was not used to the title of technical supervisor. Whitewater Company was a subsidiary of the Shell Motor Company. In addition to carrying out those dangerous missions, the most important work was to cooperate with the Federation to experiment with new weapons and equipment. Therefore, within Whitewater Company, the technical supervisor had more power than other security companies. Sulu was the technical supervisor of Team 7, which was why this delegate Bai Yulon was his secretary. Since Team 7's main work was in the field of security consulting, they definitely would not be stationed on a border planet. However, they also did not have the opportunity to come into contact with those few failed MX prototype mecha. A faint feeling of disappointment grew in his heart. Half of year 67 of the constitutional calendar had passed, and Team 7 of Whitewater Company's security consulting department still had not carried out any missions. Lou felt that it was a little strange. Although the Federation had always maintained good law and order, the rich and powerful had always attached great importance to their own security. With Whitewater Company's reputation in the industry, it should not have been possible for Team 7 to not have any business for an entire year. He looked at Bayulan's delicate hands and was somewhat lost in thought. Bottleneck, really bottleneck. I've washed my face many times, but I still can't calm down. I think my writing is bad, very bad, very bad. I can't write tonight. I've already forced myself to write this chapter. If I force myself to write another chapter, it would be a waste of everyone's money. I'll only write one chapter today. Everyone, please forgive me. Tomorrow I'll write 3 chapters to make up for what I wrote today. My condition is really bad. F*CK. I don't know what's going on. Sitting in front of the computer, I feel like my face is hot and my head is dizzy. What I write is really average. I'm very sorry, very sorry. This is my problem. I can't write it. The plot is clearly there, but I just don't know how to express what's in my mind into words. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.